here you go. This is Emily C., my new bestie.
I hate the idea that someone out there hates me. I even hate thinking that Al-Qaeda hates me. I think if they got to know me, they wouldn't hate me.
This stole the show. Emily C. was phenomenal.
There's something you need to know.
What?
You're doing great.
Look at my baby. Here she is. Emily. 10 out of 10. Huge fan.
I see Emily C says 123. I trust her. She's really good.
Listen, Turtle. You gotta watch your language. I'm already live. So you need to follow the FCC guidelines.
She destroyed, left nothing in her path. It was so good.
Hello, everybody. Happy Saturday. I am thrilled about this, just like over the moon, so excited. And I started my morning for the last 2 hours watching Mazza. And if you ever just want to just be in a wholesome, good mood, Mazza is the place to be. Just what a good human that man is. So I'm just so excited. And I'm excited that you guys are excited to be here. What do I want to say? I have Boozy Beauty with me today. And before I bring her up, I wanted to say this might be a very, very niche reference. So if my mind is already on a roller coaster ride, then just enjoy the ride. But if anybody's ever read the book, The Giver, I was thinking about Boozy Beauty, and I feel like in that book, everybody has a role in the society. There's the nurses and the engineers and the teachers. And then there's one job, and that person is the memory keeper. And they are the ones who have every memory of all of society. And I feel like Boozy is that in this community. I feel like I know this case well in terms of the details that came out in court and stuff. And then I'll read a post from Boozy Beauty, and she's referencing people and making connections between these events that I have to start Googling, who even is this? So all that to say, I felt like she was the perfect person to go over some of these FOIA documents with, because I've said before, we're not going to get these FOIA documents and open up an email and have it say hey, Proctor, are you free at 10 to go over to 34 Fairview and plant some tail light? Awesome. See you then. That's just not, it might, but that's not what I'm expecting when I open up any of these documents. But I think anytime we get a FOIA drop, we're not saying dump anymore, it gives us a chance to just learn more, to know what the Commonwealth knew and when they knew it, and to be able to kind of piece things together. And to me, there's really no better person to do that with than Boozy Beauty. So please join me in welcoming the one and only lovely Boozy Beauty. Hello.
Hello. Hi,
Look
Emily.
at us, we match.
Oh my God, we really do match. Oh God.
Oh, I love this.
No,
We did
so
not plan this, you guys.
No, and I was going through my closet. By the way, chat, tell me if my microphone's okay, because this is a whole thing right now. We've been having issues behind the scenes.
I can hear you perfectly, but I have headphones in, so if anybody in the chat can confirm that would be helpful.
So I was going through my closet, and I was like, I have so many pink shirts just because it's my favorite color. Literally, it's my favorite color. But I was like, no, I'll go for a salmon. And then lo and behold, me and Emily are both in orangey salmon.
No, we did not plan this at all. And I love Fervent says we look like inverted versions of each other.
I love it.
Which reminds me, at some point today, we have to play Fervent's new song, Proctor Defender, because I do believe that you have a tweet that's featured in that video.
I'm so excited. Yay, thanks, Fervent.
Yeah. How are you? I wanted to just, before we get into all the docs, just get to chit chat for a little.
Yeah, no, life has been a roller coaster. That's why everyone's like, you promised us back in January you'd be on YouTube. It is May, ma'am. My life has been like woo 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 woo. So poor Emily. She's like, it's okay if we run late. I'm like, this is. What do I do?
You're in good company with Yannetti and Alessi on that one, because didn't they promise us a YouTube show in like September? So all the best people take their time to make it happen.
And honestly, being in the realm with those two, I'm blessed. Hashtag blessed with that.
Mm-hmm. Kathy wants to know, she says you're missed on Canton Chronicles. Do you have your own channel? That's what's pending.
Yeah, that's what's pending. And look, the background has been done. Look, I got all my cute little.
It looks really good.
I've got all my tchotchkes, all of my Easter eggs, as the Swifties call it, and it's like I'm on the TikTok every day. I'm on the Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, every day. It's just I got to get on this now too. So don't worry, it's coming. Here's the thing. I was like, I want to be a little different. I was like, I want to do videos. I don't just want to do live streams, because you get me on a live stream, I will be on here for 5 hours. A girl, shut up. So I would prefer to do videos, but then it's like, okay, so I have the camera. Now let's figure out the editing software. Now, how do we edit? And if anyone knows anything about me, as Emily stated, I like to be thorough and I like to be organized. So for me to put out
that about you.
Yeah, but you know what? Here's the thing. It can also be like a thorn, because I'm a bit of a perfectionist. So you'll see when
I can relate.
Yeah. So you'll see when we go through these documents, I'm gonna be like, wait a second, I need to look something up. Be like, we need to reference something. But yes, YouTube's coming.
But you mentioned your TikTok. I mean, your TikTok videos you cram so much into like one of those like 3-minute videos. And I think that you were the first Karen Reed creator that I had ever like knew exist. Like I didn't know that the YouTube world existed. I didn't know that Twitter existed for the entire first trial. And I think you were the first person that I was like, oh, somebody else is talking about this. Someone else is watching this trial. Like, this is cool.
Yeah.
Did you stumble into the trial in the first place?
So obviously everyone knows by now, because I'm obnoxious with it, that like Emily, I live in the county, and this had been surrounding me pretty much since the day after John died. And it was just around me with people talking about it. And because I've been very upfront and honest that there are some crossovers in between some individuals and some people that I was around at that time. And it took me a while to speak out until about mid-trial, but I've been hearing the buzz, and just like everyone else that was local, and Emily can attest to this, the media was very much pushing a narrative that there was video footage that this occurred and what a tragic accident it was. And then it took almost halfway through trial 1, where I was like, these mother duckers, there's no video. So what else is wrong? And then obviously everything popped off. I just had
the answer is everything's wrong. What else is wrong? All of it.
When my very first video, and for the people that have saved all of my Karen Reed videos, because there's individuals that like to do that, my biggest fans, we like to call them. My first video was talking about the freaking sweatshirt, the damn hole, and seeing the threads the way that they went. I was like, bro, that is coming out of the sweatshirt, not going in. And then from there it's been
because the tail light can hit a person, explode, go in and out, cause that fraying, but only in a teeny tiny little hole, even though the pieces are so big, and then it scratches up somebody's arm. All of this is happening in a split second, while also spinning them around, doing a pirouette, hitting their head on the curb, answering a text message or opening a text message from Jen, and then locking the phone and turning invisible until 6 a.m.
The way I break down this case, because it can get very confusing. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of underground type of situations that are still have yet to be uncovered. As we just learned that Proctor and Goody were best friends. Who would have thought? We didn't hear about that in trial 1. That wasn't questioned. Yeah. And then of course neither of them were testifying for trial 2. So it's like, even now to this day, we're still finding out stuff. And it's like the never ending pit, really. And it's,
Yeah.
forgive us if we also fuck up too, because that's going to happen. We're going to be like, wait a second, what happened with that? And then chat can help us.
I know.
out, too.
I feel like sometimes I'm watching somebody and they're like struggling to remember somebody's name and I'm screaming about it to myself. And then when I'm in the moment here, I'm like, wait, who is that? Like there's a lot of people to keep track of. What do you feel like is your like linchpin in all of this? Like how Glare Love is like hooked on the shoe and people are want to figure out like Higgins's Jeep, or for me it's the snow, just the lies about the snow. But what do you feel like is like your kind of linchpin?
Mine has always been John's body. And that's just one of the most realistic and easiest to comprehend, because the way that you can break it down, it's also part of my career too, to understand an anatomy and how bodies work. And I specifically focus on pre and postnatal women, as well as healing athletes and those who've been injured. So when I heard what was going on, and then when the x-rays finally came out, I go, that's it. Because if it wants to be labeled as a clipping, I'll say, cool, we'll go along with that verbiage. If that's the language you want to call it, a clipping, because it didn't hit his center of mass, perfect, cool, we'll call it that. But we're still talking about an injury that should be from his mid bicep all the way to his fingers. And I've said this before on live streams, hold up your hand for a second. What makes up your hand, right? Everyone always goes to bones. Okay. Some people will still think like a pinky bone is strong because the word is bone. But what about ligaments, tendons, bruising, the blood? There was nothing wrong outside than the bruising. And a lot of people haven't specifically looked at his hands. And I understand why some people may not want to look at, obviously, someone that had such an injury. I get it. Looking at bodies is not fun. So when you look at his hands, everyone always thinks it's only on the bruisings on the center of the hand. If you go and look at the hands again of John O'Keefe, you will see not only does he have a bruise here, he also has a bruise here.
Interesting.
Now, hold on. How do you get bruising like that? That's all I'm going to say.
A 1-2 punch.
It's
a 1-2 punch.
It's defensive bruising. That's what it is. And anyone that watches true crime knows that. That's from punching or protecting yourself from a punch or a hit of anything. Yes. And I'm telling you, the bruise goes from literally his digit down. It's not like a little thing. It's very prominent when you look at it too. So his body.
And like, if you can see that in a picture, like Dr. Scorti-Bello knew that. Like, that's where I start to get frustrated. And like, to be very clear, because people love to say like, oh, so like all these people are involved in the conspiracy and blah, blah. No, I don't think they called up Dr. Scorti-Bello and said like, hey, we're framing an innocent woman. But a medical examiner is only as good as the information that they're given by investigators. And if investigators are trying to lead a medical examiner a certain direction, they're able to do that. We saw that in Sandra Birchmore's case too, when they're, if they're told like, you know, nobody else was in the apartment with her, like this was a cut and dry X, Y, and Z, then that's the direction that they're going to go in. And not that they're going to ignore the injuries that don't align with that, but they're going to highlight the injuries that align with what they're being told. And that's it. Like, yeah.
I know.
Claire says, stop acting like the only thing that matters isn't the shoe.
I can't. And can I tell you, all over TikTok, the shoe and the damn socks. And Brian Higgins is missing. Oh my God.
Brian Higgins is missing.
No, you have no idea. You have no idea. There were two individuals that kept pressing. Higgins is missing. Hey, I was like, he's down the Cape. He's not.
Right.
He's
He's just
not
on Ozempic. He looks a little different because he's on Ozempic now. Maybe you guys just didn't recognize him.
Is it Ozempic or is it stress? Who knows? Who knows?
I mean, he seems like has some good reason to be stressed and also some good reason to not be stressed because he has nothing pending over his head. Like he's gotten away with all of this.
But they all should be stressed. And I'm not even talking just like the individuals you're all thinking about, like character of family too, like Turtle and all of that. Like this is all stressful. The lawsuits or, it's not fun dealing with the legal system. And especially when you're dealing with the legal system in Norfolk County, it's you never know what you're going to get out of this county. God forbid you get the Stephon Diggs thing. Now, what a shit show that was.
But even that was like, I mean, it should never have been brought in the first place. But in the end, it was like, okay, well, this was like a judge that was able to turn to what do you call it? Like a hostile witness and say like, hey, you need to answer the question. And it was just refreshing to see a judge like not put their thumb on the scale. And then I realized how low the bar is in my mind. Like,
Yes. And honestly, too, this is the reason why I've been looking up into the certain judges and also the attorneys that get added on. And when I looked up Gilday for the first time, we heard that he was specially assigned to the first case, the O'Keefe and Reed and Canton Bar case. I was like, oh, I like him because he's fair. He's not going to play favorites and he's going to push this case along because otherwise we're going to be here 5 years from now, which honestly, it's looking like it's gonna be because
he's doing the best he can.
Well, there's also still a chance that these cases may be combined at one point. And I'm not sure if it's too late for the O'Keefe Reed Canton bars, but if we're looking at the federal Judge Casper, that could be combined, brought back to the state because there is a way Karen can still do that. That people don't realize that there is one filing she can do, but she still has what she's got now, the one in Barnstable, as well as the to be filed Mass State Police and Canton PD. So there's a lot of crossover and it's a lot of the same discovery and same witnesses. Like we're hearing Steve Scanlon was the first deposition, which how poetic that the first tipster.
Good
right?
point.
I'll think about that for a second. The first tipster for this whole case, right to Yannetti, was Steve Scanlon. And here we go. He's the first deposition for the first civil lawsuit. It's like, that is just poetic. It's so
such a good point. Why do you think they started with him?
I don't think they were planning on it. I just think it happened to happen like that because, it's like what poor Gilday, this poor judge. He really is just such a nice guy. I've spoken to so many people that have been jurors on cases that he's been in and worked in the court system around him. And they've all just said he really is a good, decent man. And to hear him just be like, can you please do more depositions? It's like every month. So where are the depositions?
I loved when he said, I'm sure what you just said was really interesting, but the part I liked the best was I heard the word deposition. And Rosenberg has that like kind of little like goody two shoes attitude where he was like, I thought you would like that.
Yeah. Oh no, he's trying to butter him up. And it's like, I've seen some people be like, well, you hate attorney Mark Diller. I'm like, no, I genuinely went into this case trying to give everyone the benefit of the doubt because just like on the criminal side, everyone deserves attorneys on the civil side too. I may not agree with certain aspects or maybe the entire case. I think maybe they should have gone a different route. That's my opinion. I'm allowed to have it. But also at the same time, it's like we just saw it again. Diller is just playing certain games and this is not the judge. This is not the case. This is not the judge. He just wants to get shit moving. And there goes Diller with his monologue.
Diller was like, excuse me, 407 days ago, I made him, and it's like, put your scripts down.
I was like, read the room. He should have heard the first couple of sentences out of Gilday's mouth and realized today's not the day. Today's not the day. He just wants to realize what's going on. Like, this is not the pull out the fucking violin, because now this is, you know what I mean? This is strike two. This is strike two with him. So it's like, man.
Arcus Chicken Gun said, who wrote Diller's speech? Maybe he was just following his marching orders.
I don't know. I do think what's interesting, speaking of marching orders, and obviously this is just speculation, but I do find it interesting that certain individuals on a certain side had mentioned Steve Scanlon and then released obviously selective clips of that recorded conversation. And then we find out 3 days later, he was the first deposition. So it almost feels like there is a certain game being played, which if you want to say, well, Karen Reed and Turtle Boy and all the content creators have been doing that for years. Yeah, but this is a whole different ballgame. This is civil, you know? So it's like, I don't, as I said, I never talked to Karen Reed. I just look at everything that's going on and go, let's talk about this.
Yeah.
I don't have anyone feeding me anything on her side. I just read what's in the courts.
Yeah, literally same. And along with that, I do want to preface that everything said today is our opinion. We don't know what happened. We are just using these documents to speculate and come to our own conclusions, and they could be right, they could be wrong. We don't know. We're not trying to attack anybody or incriminate anybody because we don't know what happened. We're just trying to solve a mystery and figure things out so that in our county, we can live in a place where we can trust that we're not going to have to be the investigators in the future. Like, we shouldn't have to be doing this. We should be like dancing in the rain right now. And instead we're combing through court documents because the police didn't investigate.
We're just normal moms.
Normal moms. Okay.
Happy Mother's Day weekend, Emily.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And happy Mother's Day to everybody out there. I know Mother's Day can be kind of complicated for people, so I hope that everybody has a happy weekend.
Yes.
This was my treat.
I was like, bring on the treats, the good weather, and the good.
Yeah. And instead we got rain, and we'll see what we get in this.
No. Meanwhile, my allergies, I'm like dying over here. I probably sound like nails on.
Oh my God, the allergies this year. Carter has the worst allergies, and it's like so sad. He'll go outside for 4 minutes and his entire face like blows up. And I'm like, oh, well, it's a beautiful day. I guess we'll spend it inside with the windows closed.
I know. It's like, why don't you open up the windows? No, I'm dying.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I'm going to pull up the first. I kind of want to do this both as like, you know, for us to get to go through, but also a little like tutorial for anybody now that we have the FOIA and Find Out fund. I want anybody who's kind of wondered, like, what is a FOIA dump?
Drop.
Called that, but
Gum drop.
Like, what is it? What comes with it? I want to just kind of make this like partially a tutorial for anybody who's ever been wondering. So this is up on the FOIA site now, and hopefully I'll be able to spend some time. I just like uploaded it. I didn't get to like pull out any exciting stuff yet. But the first thing that I always look at when we get these folders, and enormous, biggest, hugest shout out to Kyle Sharkey. This is a piece of and correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a piece of a FOIA request that's kind of been ongoing, where Kyle requested all of the notices of discovery. So like everything that the Commonwealth put into discovery. And because there's so much of it, it's the Commonwealth. So we're getting it in dribs and drabs. They told him that every 2 weeks we're going to get another drop.
Yeah. So it looks like the way that they're doing it is via how Karen's team was getting this discovery. The only difference is we're actually getting it much quicker than Karen's team, which is sad. It's really sad to think about it like that. So.
And if you think about it, like we're getting it with the foresight of like knowing later information already that we can kind of backfill our own understanding, versus they were getting it and trying to piece things together as they went.
Yes. And this is why, too, when it comes to these FOIA docs, I know we can get really excited because we think something is new information, but we also need to remember we have so much prior information. So when it comes to coming to conclusions, always remember to pull from the old stuff, too, because say like you think like, oh, like I just saw something like, oh, that's Karen's car at the outside the Canton Library. It's not. And the reason why I know it's not is because we actually have footage from a former, I almost said dump again, drop.
Yeah.
We actually have like that same Canton Public Library footage from 5 a.m. and we have Karen Reed going in that same direction. And it's her car at 12:29. So it's not, unfortunately.
Right.
And which is what I have been working on like my own Google Doc, just to like my own notes, because obviously there's a lot. So in order for us to even figure out if that is her vehicle, we would need the other routes too. And unfortunately, one of the routes doesn't have any cameras on it. So it's like.
And if there had been like a real investigation, you would think that the police would have gone to houses on that route. And I mean, everybody has a Ring doorbell now. It's like somebody had it on their Ring doorbell once upon a time. And when you don't have police force that is investigating, we don't end up with that information. I also think it's important for people to like not expect some like, you know, the smoking gun, but also not even expect like a huge bombshell. It's more like these are just meant to, for me, like what's exciting about it is just backfilling like our own information about like where things were, who was involved, what they wrote in reports. Like I think this is the first time we see Maureen Hartnett's report, if I'm correct about that, or this is the first time I did.
Well, I feel like the majority of the reports we didn't get to see. Unless it was at the trial. So yeah, I mean, there's been several reports. I'm like, oh, I've never seen that before.
Right. And sometimes I feel like I had seen it because we heard them talk about the details in the trial, but then to actually see it written out, like to me, that's just exciting. And to see, even to know what like Alan Jackson chose to focus on, or what Alessi chose to focus on in their questioning, and what they kind of glossed over.
Right. We also need to remember too, you know, much like the Commonwealth pick and chose what they wanted to use, so didn't Karen's team, but that's what court is. It's like a game of chess, you know, who really comes out the winner in the end. So just remember that as we go through this too, that like, oh, why didn't they use that? It's probably because it wasn't going to fit in the puzzle that they were trying to build.
Well, and like that Karen's team was just trying to prove that she was not guilty. They were not trying to crack the case. And I think especially in the second trial, when they maybe even had more information where they could have been trying to crack the case, they kind of learned their lesson from the first trial, where they realized if we go too hard on trying to show what we think happened, the jurors start thinking, okay, was it Karen or was it somebody else? And if I don't know that it's somebody else, then maybe it is Karen, versus a car didn't hit John. John wasn't hit by a car. Karen didn't do it. Go home now.
I have said time and time again, okay, John O'Keefe was not hit by a vehicle. What's the other theory? Oh, you don't have one. Okay, so then what are we going to do about that?
Right.
Like, how did he get those injuries?
Like, okay, hold on. That's another thing. Like, I could have even gotten behind, like, if you had like 7 theories that all involved Karen hitting John, but they were all different theories. Like, okay, maybe the taillight didn't do that to his arm. Maybe he got hit and then there was like a coyote in the neighborhood. Like, that would have made more sense to me than that coming from a taillight.
Like, there's so many things. Okay, so if their rebuttal is, John never came into the house, there was no fight. Okay, was there a fight outside of the house? Did Karen and John fight? Like, no, but like physically fight. They have never, ever, ever tried saying that. Now watch that they will.
And like, did somebody else drive by at when he was on his way in that's not affiliated with you guys at all, and a rogue, like angry friend from the past attacked it? Like, give me anything else.
Nothing. Well, there was one that a lot of people didn't catch on to, and that had shifted, I believe, once Proctor and Yuri went to the hospital. But there was an original report from the medical examiner's office that had a certain story that Alessi was trying to have Scorty Bello testify to, and then was objected to, like midway through her speaking about it. Actually, we need that sidebar because that's trial 2, and we don't have that sidebar because I want to know what that sidebar says.
Corey's working on it because they said that when they sent these last ones, they said to her, like, here are your last transcripts. And Corey's like, there's a bunch missing, and they're all the ones people have been asking about.
Yeah, no, like it's a very large chunk of trial 2. Yeah, no.
Yeah, the trial 1 folder has something like 48 documents in it, and then the retrial folder has like 12.
And as someone who is organized, who literally does day 1, this person, day 1, this person, if it's like multiple people on one day, and I've got it all listed, and I'm ready for those links, baby. I'm ready for the PDF, and we don't have them. There are so many. I know. I saw Jenny No Pockets in here. The freaking rock. We want to know about the freaking rock.
I think Jimmy started a rumor about the rock that I'm not going to repeat now, because then I saw somebody on Twitter being like, Emily said, and I was like, no, I was repeating what Jimmy said. I don't know. I have no idea. I never want to be like breaking news. I am not the one that I don't want to start any rumors. Okay, so back to this. Not back to that. There we go. Just to kind of like inform everyone. So when we get a FOIA gumdrop, there's always kind of like a cover letter that will explain what the FOIA request was. So this is the case file is being organized and produced in accordance with the Commonwealth's notices of discovery. Notice of discovery 11 through 20 is enclosed here, and then it will detail everything that's in each one of them. So like this is in folder 11, this is in folder 12. And I think that's just like helpful to kind of be able to see what we're getting at. I'm not going to go through all of that because we'll go through the actual documents. But is there something is there a place you want to start? Did you get a chance to go through it yet? Are we just going to start at the beginning?
I am not a good student.
No, I actually did like carve out some time. I ordered Muffin House this morning. I spent like $100 getting Carter muffins because when he's eating the Muffin House muffins, I can steal away a few minutes for myself. And I did that. And then I am so easily distracted by the taillight stuff that the second I got on Maureen Hartnett's report, I was like, well, I guess I'm not looking at anything else today because now I'm just going on a rant about the snow and the taillight.
See, that's you think you're going to do one thing and it goes to a rabbit hole of something else.
Exactly.
Listen, someone who has unmedicated ADHD.
Yeah. So, okay. So here's the first, this is notice of discovery 11. Actually, maybe I should have kept that other one up, but,
did you see what Corey just said?
No. The court reporter tells me she's still transcribing the second half of trial 2 transcripts. See, Corey can get anything. Mm-hmm. I feel like they get a letter from Corey in the mail and then their hands are like shaking as they open it. And they're like, yes, ma'am. Okay. Whatever you say, Corey.
Well, as they should be, because it's about time someone doesn't take their shit. Corey was right when she was like, the reason why she really got into it is because she realized that there's quite a few of many of us that want this information, but where really is a fear of retaliation, and the reason why we don't request documentation. And so she really was like the first one to be like, you know what, go fuck yourselves, I'm gonna sue you all.
Well, and I've seen some of the like correspondence that she has with them. She does it with such like class and grace. Like it is forceful while being very respectful. And also she trolls them in the best ways. Like she'll send them something and they need a password to open it. And she makes the password free Karen Read. So they have to type in free Karen Read to open it. It's just like, she's so good. She was made for this. There was nobody else who could have taken this on. Like Corey was the one. She's the chosen one.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Forever indebted to Corey. No idea. No idea.
Yeah.
You've helped us
amazing.
So much. So
yeah. Like I didn't even know that we could get half this stuff until she came along. She was like, oh yeah, you just write them a letter and you just say, give it to me. And then they do. Like, what? Okay. So this first folder has the like DNA testing form. I don't even know what that is. Gallagher's report with metadata. Suddenly metadata exists. We'll see. There's a ring search warrant. There's photographs and videos from Sean Good. There's more stuff from Ring of them being like, hey, where's the stuff that we deleted but are pretending that we didn't delete it?
And
allegedly,
that last document drop too, we got a lot of that Ring stuff too. A lot of like Proctor had to put in several of those search warrants. So I know we have all that too. Because I was like, why are all this duplicative stuff out here? And it's like, oh no, because he had to go in twice to Ring. So
okay, so this first one, this was part of what I got to before I got distracted. Was the okay. This really made me laugh. They're just so obvious sometimes. So this is the acquisition of photographs report. And here's what I find interesting. What's the best way to do it? Like, I don't want to just sit here and like read it to you unless that interests you.
I like to be read to. I'm like a
okay, perfect. I just didn't want to, if that was boring for you. So it says, on January 29th at approximately 7 a.m., Lieutenant Gallagher arrived at 34 Fairview and was briefed by Sean Good and Sergeant Lank about an individual identified as John O'Keefe being found outside laying in the snow unconscious. Also, I just realized I don't know who's writing this. I don't know if it says.
Oh, yeah, because that's the front cover, right? So there's no name.
Yeah, and it's if one of them is the one writing it, it's in the third person.
Yeah, that's definitely Canton PD too. That's not Mass State Police.
Yeah, it's their weird font.
Yeah.
Okay, the victim had been transported to the hospital and CPR had been performed on the victim. Sergeant Lank had contacted the Norfolk County so CPAC, and briefed them on the situation, and they declined to respond at the time. Do you know more information about CPAC choosing not to get involved?
I believe that's because John wasn't deceased yet. He wasn't pronounced
deceased. But then like 30 minutes later he was. So then why wasn't there then like, okay, now it's time.
Like a follow-up? Right. Well, there should have been. So if Proctor and Yuri and Tully were already told about it, then they should have got on their asses and they should have went to the scene instead of waiting for the hospital.
Do you know, so if Proctor got the call from Yuri at 6:48 a.m., do you know who called Yuri?
Didn't he say, I believe Yuri, not that it's true, but he testified that he was contacted by whoever, oh God, what's the name of that? Not the person. Was it CPAC that contacted him directly? I remember him testifying to who contacted him.
Oh, okay.
I don't
think Lank contacts CPAC. CPAC contacts Yuri. We could go back and check that. This is more like what I feel like. Hold on, all my papers fell, but I want to write this down.
She's got a confetti of documents. over there, folks.
I have blank paper and a Sharpie. This is how I do my work. Like you have like organized Google Docs and I just have papers and Sharpies everywhere. Yuri CPAC. Okay. So they declined to respond. Okay. Detective Sergeant Lank showed Lieutenant Gallagher the area where O'Keefe was found. Lieutenant Gallagher observed the disturbed area of snow with spots of blood. Since CPAC was not responding, the area was quickly being blanketed with windblown snow. Lieutenant Gallagher advised Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Good the scene had to be documented the best that they could given the weather conditions. The circumstances surrounding O'Keefe becoming unconscious in the snow were unknown at that time. Okay. Number 3, a broken drinking glass was uncovered at the scene. They just skipped right over the leaf blower. I wonder why.
Right?
A broken drinking glass was uncovered at the scene, documented in Detective Sergeant Lank's previous narrative. Sergeant Good, I thought this part is really interesting. Sergeant Good documented the broken glass utilizing an iPhone 11. On February 22nd, 2023, the metadata of those 2 photos were extracted by the Norfolk District Attorney's Office. Those photographs were taken on January 29th, 2022 at 7:41 a.m. and 7:42 a.m. Now, what's interesting to me about that is that we know that like is true. Like that really did happen. That glass was there at the scene. Like that part is right.
Yeah.
And so it's interesting that is the one photograph or 2 photographs that the Norfolk District Attorney's Office extracted from the officer's phone and that they have the metadata about. Because if we skip ahead a little bit and then we can backtrack back up, but number 7 says on February 4th, 2022 at approximately 8:50 a.m., Detective Sergeant Lank was called to 34 Fairview to retrieve a piece of possible evidence that was discovered after the snow from the January 29th storm was melting and exposing the area. So this is Berkey's big day. Although Massachusetts State Trooper Buchanan responded and seized the item, Detective Sergeant Lank utilized an iPhone 8 to document the item.
His phone was that old?
Well, he was ready for an upgrade, and apparently he upgraded it before he was able to, well, let's see, hold on. Detective Sergeant Lank forwarded the photographs to his email on February 4th, 2022 at 10:35 a.m. for preservation in email, and to his town computer at 10:35 and 10:36 in a folder labeled Fairview Evidence. The photographs remain in those 2 locations. Now, the iPhone 8 utilized for photographs was ultimately returned to Apple. The photographs were deleted from the iPhone 8 prior to return. The photographs were uploaded to IMC report, blah, 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 on this date and this date. So those have timestamps from the computer, but don't have the metadata from when they were actually taken because the iPhone was returned to Apple and the photographs were deleted, so we can't get the metadata from those.
Again, it's just the needing of selective information. They want the metadata of this where we know it was good, whatever. We know Good was taking the photos and then obviously Lank. But then you don't care about the metadata, say, of a text message that is someone's alibi.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's kind of weird.
No, that one we just take it we don't even need the phone for that. We'll just take a piece of paper. You want to print it out for us? Just one random printout of a screenshot? Sure. Give it to us.
Or just do what Higgy did in a whole packet.
At the kiosk. If only we all had a Matt Pelch in our lives.
Yeah, man. What the heck?
But yeah, so the glass that we know was actually at the scene that morning for sure, in the snow was able to be found. No taillight was able to be found, but that one clear glass, that is the only piece of evidence that the photographs of it correspond to like actual data that prove that it was taken when they said it was taken.
This report has me questioning so many things. Obviously, who wrote it, but then also too, it's like, you know, during that audit, they said that they couldn't do this, or that. But this report just shows that they had the wherewithal to do all these extra things for a crime scene. So it's just like, that's why I don't believe the whole narrative of like, oh, well, they had that issue, they had that issue. No, they had the wherewithal to do it. They just didn't. And then that's when you have to question, well, then why didn't they? What was the reason for them not doing it? Because I'm sorry, there's no excuse to have a tent and then to not set up said tent to preserve the crime scene. And if you want to blame the wind, aren't there a bunch of houses around the area that have, I don't know, weights? Wasn't there a gym in the basement where there was heavy weighted plates? I digress.
Cops can't solve crime in bad weather. Yeah. Or just have one officer stationed outside of the house until you're ready to plant taillight.
How many of these other crime scenes we have seen or heard of where Mass State Police did go to the crime scene? There is no reason why none of them showed. None of them. Why do you think there's all these cases where Proctor's extraction is being pulled from? He wasn't the lead investigator on all these cases, but he showed to the crime scene.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the fact that in Michael Morrissey's hostage video, his like defense of the investigation is Michael Proctor didn't even go to the crime scene. It's like, your best defense is that your lead investigator didn't investigate. Like, you have some problems, sir. Respectfully.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I think Trial Channel has an answer.
Buchanan says he got the initial call from field headquarters for the Metro Boston area, which also covers Norfolk County.
That's
Trial
what I was
Channel
thinking.
is
Thank you.
A superstar. Everybody go subscribe to Trial Channel immediately. And Trial Files, Trial Channel's baby.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so here are the images that are part of this acquisition of photos report that was written by a ghost. We don't know. Here's the berm.
So this is iPhone 11?
Okay, hold on. So
yeah, because this is Sean Good's phone. Yeah,
okay.
because then the taillight is an iPhone 8. Why is it still so blurry? I've got an Android phone. It's a Samsung, so I take really good quality photos. This is an iPhone 11.
I mean, some of these photos literally look like they came from like somebody's great grandmother's album from their basement that was from the Depression and has survived like generations of moves. It is no technology apparently can do anything right in Canton.
Yeah, it really seems like it's just been saved over and over again, which then just affected the quality because you can't even the snow it doesn't look like snow.
And like, I know that Gallagher made a big deal of like, we just wanted to clear off a little area to see if John could have hit his head right there. Like, what were you doing? If you could clear that, just keep going, clear everything, clear the whole, the lawn should have been empty the next day. Like they should have been one house on the street where it was like, whoa, it doesn't even look like it snowed there.
We heard in that clip, it was actually Dee Dee who was asking for the snowblower video that we got a while back from one of the I keep saying dumps, the drops.
Yeah, I know it's impossible.
It's impossible. And then there was some discussion online about what exactly it was. Who had the Gallagher had the leaf blower. Good was recording. And then Lank walked over and was like touching the coagulatedness. And you hear him as soon as you get rid of the leaf blower and the wind noise, you clear as day. How the fuck did he get a glass? He didn't even go in the house. So you really did just believe it right from speaking to Brian and Coco.
Mm-hmm.
Just like that.
Yeah, and so when they were doing the leaf blower, this was after they had gone in the house to have what Gallagher called small talk, because like, why would it be anything more than that?
Yeah, and that was the second time they went in too, because the first time it was Goody and Lank, and then it was Lank and Gallagher.
Yes. So in this photo right here, you guys, there are at least 47 pieces of taillight hiding. It's like Highlights magazine when we were kids that was like, find the 20 like leprechauns that are hiding in the trees. Does anybody see any taillight? There's also a shoe and a hat and a straw. The straw hiding makes sense. But anybody see any taillight? No. Anyone see a hat and a shoe?
The size of some of those pieces too. Like, you want to make an argument for some of the smaller pieces, even if they're red. The big, huge pieces, I don't know, man.
But then if you want to make that argument, hold on, I got to pull this up. I told you the taillight is just the bane of my existence. But if you want to make the argument that find some of those little pieces of taillight could be hiding, then you also have to concede that these men are such good investigators that they were able to find pieces like this. That teeny tiny little 1 centimeter piece. They combed through that yard and they found that teeny tiny little piece.
I can't.
Not only that, they were able to find, like, that one's red. So I guess that gives it away a little bit, but check out what Yuri was able to find. My goodness, this man.
The little, like, it looks like glitter. Like,
he found all these little teeny tiny pieces.
No.
They're good. They're like, I should have them come find all the stuff that I can't find in my own house. They are professionals.
I just remember seeing the images recently from when they went to 34 Fairview that I think Yuri only took pictures once, right? Just only one time when he went there.
And then didn't he testify like, oh, we stopped taking pictures because they were all found in the same place?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what they teach you in the academy. If you find evidence and it's in the same place as other evidence, no need to photograph it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so there's 47 plus. Where did the number 47 come from? Because I was looking at the pieces the other day. I feel like there's more than 47.
I have no idea. I
feel like somebody just said 47 once and we all just went with it. But I think there's more because there's that whole second layer in the back of the tail. There's like another layer of tail light.
Yeah. Well, and that's the other piece people forget too, is like, it wasn't just the front that got destroyed, which we won't get into the taillight anatomy of it all because I could speak days about the anatomy, but also the rear piece also got broke. The internal back housing was also damaged.
When his elbow was inside of went to the back of the taillight, hit the car.
Solid plastic, like we're talking about polycarbonate. This is solid plastic too that this piece broke off. So it's like it should. And like I said, look your hand. His hand was able to destroy that without getting damage to his own hand. So apparently he was made of steel. He was Bionic Man.
The Bionic Man, literally. These pictures are real. So this was the blood in the snow. These ones, I believe, and.
I love that one.
I haven't seen that one. Who even is that? No.
Or is that Lank? Hold on, I think that's Lank. No, who? Damn it. Gallagher's taking the picture. That's Lank.
Is he just walking over from his house?
No. So Lank would live in the other direction because that's the you see the flagpole. So
Lank, oh yeah. So he's coming from down. Yep.
Yeah, so I think he's coming from that cruiser right there. But he also may be coming from Kelleher's, which is to the left of him. or if
Right,
they're
okay.
getting the cups, someone's mother lives right down the street where they actually got the cups that they don't want to talk about.
Who's that?
Good's mother.
Interesting. I
Mhm.
did not know that. Also, Good, didn't he pass by the Canton Police Department to go to his house to go get the leaf blower?
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd think you could stop and get some evidence bags, containers, stuff while
Audit
you're
said
out and
they didn't
about.
have it. Nope. Remember, the audit said they didn't have any of that stuff. I don't
I
believe
mean,
it.
I guess that it's a testament to what a safe town Canton is.
Yeah, well, I would like to know what's on the second floor of Kenton PD that wasn't just Higgins' little couch area.
Higgins' house, Higgins' fort.
The couch that he would be able to sleep on when he was too drunk to drive. Although I guess that didn't stop him that night. So
No. Or did he? Or did he just drive back to 34 Fairview?
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
I think it's not possible that he went back to West Roxbury. Allegedly, apparently, in my opinion, supposedly, whatever I'm supposed to say.
I don't think he did either. I don't think he
No.
did either. And if you look at that temple footage, it is consistent from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. And then randomly, the 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. is missing like 7 minutes of footage. And it's after 5:06. I know the exact timestamps. I just don't have it off the top of my head right now. So it would be after Jen called Nicole.
Interesting.
It's almost like they didn't want to see someone driving by the temple that would have a vehicle that was very obvious. Which could have been,
as Loophole Lawyer would say, the girly Jeep.
The girly Jeep or a cruiser. Could have been one of the
other. I was just trying to find, there's one weird like interaction where Lally is questioning, I'll find it another time, but Lally's questioning somebody and there's something about the way he asks, I think it's to Gallagher, and he says something like, and you didn't see Brian Higgins there at any time, did you? And the way he said it, I was like, oh, so Higgins was there? Huh.
Yeah, because he was at the family meeting. That's been dubbed like 7 a.m.
Right, but like if the family meeting started at 7 a.m. and he didn't wake up until a phone call at 6:40 and somehow you're there at 7. I don't know.
A phone call at 6:40 by Berkey, who was awake.
Which he ignored because like, oh, that like, of course my boyfriend's calling so early. I can ignore that.
Right.
We have a whole bunch of pictures taken on a potato. like what is happening? Like, why?
I don't.
So grainy.
This is what I mean. I've definitely seen better quality than this for these images. I definitely have them somewhere because this is just like, this is so bad. Like you can't see anything in these. You can barely make out the type of vehicles that these are.
Yeah. You know what will always like destroy my brain is, I need to pull this up. Hold on. This is a picture of the Pillars of Creation, which is located, the Pillars of Creation are located 7,000 light years from Earth. And I just need to show you the clarity of this star mass 7,000 light years away from Earth.
Why does it look like a bunch of sea otters coming up from the ocean?
Because who knows what happens that far away in space. The Hubble telescope knows and is able to take that detailed of a picture, and yet this is what we get from Canton PD of a house directly in front of them. So cool. Okay, tell me the cars. Whose car is this?
Jen and Matt.
Okay, and then who's this? So Jen is on the right, Matt is on the left?
No, so Jen and Matt is the big whatever you call that. I don't know if that's a Suburban or something. Not whatever. the big honky tonk because they got a bunch of kids that
Mhm.
play a bunch of sports. So that's what that is.
Yeah. Normal mom. That's a normal mom car. And then
Cool.
whose is this?
That's Brian Albert.
Okay.
That's the Ford. Is that the Edge? That's
And
the
are-
Ford Edge. Because then in front
No,
of
they did.
it, that's Coco's Lincoln in front of it.
Mm-hmm.
So
And
what's missing is Brian Albert Jr.'s vehicle.
that's what I was just about to ask you.
Yeah. So
And-
it's always been my speculation when Jen was like, pull behind me, you know, whoever you want to think she was speaking to or about, whatever. That is where Coco and Brian Albert would always park. And then most likely Junior would park next to Coco.
Like over here, the
Yep.
third row.
No, the second row.
Okay.
If Caitlin was actually driving her Jeep, which was not a Wrangler, it was I think a Cherokee or something like that.
Mhm.
Caitlin most likely would have parked behind Brian Jr.
Mhm.
Jen then would have most likely pulled up next to Junior because it's a very
On the
big,
that third, yeah.
which then that would have meant that there was a spot behind her. So the pull behind me makes more sense instead of otherwise pulling behind her. You're in the middle of the road. It would have
Pull
made
behind
more-
me, just block the street.
block the
Well,
street. 'Cause it's not a big street.
And the Higgins Jeep thing never makes sense to me, parked next to the mailbox, not just because it's like literally not in any of their initial stories until they decide to make it up. But you know that especially during a snow emergency, you can't park on the road in Boston from like November to March anyways, even if it's not snowing, like there's a parking ban. But on a night where you know that they're going to be plowing, there's no way that anybody would park on the street because plows are out. And if the snow hasn't started yet, which it hadn't, there's salt trucks out like pre-treating the roads. You don't park on the street when there's going to be a storm.
Yeah, no. And that's why that whole Higgins thing, like if we're really thinking about who Higgins was in his relation with Canton PD at that moment, he was very close to Ken Berkowitz, the police chief, and he was also close to other members that would mean more of the senior members. And of course, Kelleher, who essentially is like diagonal across the street, also had a relationship with Higgins. And it makes more sense for Higgins to, like, I guess you want to say if he was fucking around, to do that whole, oh, I put my plow down at Kelleher's versus instead of the Alberts, whose theirs is a shorter driveway because Kelleher is one of the long driveways.
Interesting.
And that there would have been room there. So then he could have, this was one of the first rumors outside of the Ring video and everything. It was like, oh no, Higgins was parked at Kelleher's. I heard that a long time ago.
I heard that a long time ago. I actually think Dream Feed Media did a really good kind of analysis about how all of that would have made sense. But the part that you just said that I hadn't thought of yet is, so if he was like being a, whatever his words was, I was being a smartass and plowing. Yeah. When he talks about the sound that the plow made, that would all kind of make that joke make sense, where he's pulling in the driveway and kind of making a big like production where Kelleher could look out and hear him and be like, oh my God, who's in my driveway, like scraping on the driveway right now? Oh, it's just Higgins. Like, hey, dude, your joke's still not funny, but glad you're entertaining yourself.
It makes so much more sense because why would you try to plow a short driveway? And then if you really get into nitty gritty of all their testimonies, you start to realize like, oh yeah, that actually doesn't make sense for what any of them were saying, because none of them really testified to that other than Higgins.
Right. And then they all kind of adopted each other's stories eventually, but not in their initial words.
Right. And it's not like they're lying about every single little thing. I don't believe that. I think there's truth woven into it completely. It's just, where has that truth also been kind of pushed in other directions? Like I absolutely, Higgins, when you look, especially when you look to see just how drunk he was, I'm sorry. He friggin' hiccuped, and that hiccup almost took him the fuck out. He literally like, and he went and like fell back. he was very drunk.
And like for somebody to be a big drinker and to be that drunk is like a lot. Like that's a lot. Like you're a big man. When people are that drunk, it freaks me out. Like I have a hard time being around people when they're like that. Also because I'm afraid of people throwing up, and I always think that like drunk men like that are about to throw up. But it's like them being that hammered is such a big piece of this. When you try to kind of get into their heads, it's like they're not thinking clearly.
Right. No, they especially the two Bryans, because they had been drinking for so long. You know what I mean? It's like, and there's a chunk of time with the two of them in that afternoon that's completely missing. That doesn't make sense. Like hours, like I want to say like 4 to 5 hours of time that doesn't make sense. So it's like, what happened there? What would you do? Because you know what? Here's the other thing. You're gonna pick the hillside to eat? Really?
No, even Brian Albert even said he didn't eat there. And that's not a man who looks like he's skipping meals. So you ate somewhere.
Well,
and you testified you didn't eat there.
If the rumors are true, and Brian Albert was not allowed in CF McCarthy's, okay. There's so many.
Hold on, I haven't heard that.
Oh, you haven't heard that?
He's not allowed in CF McCarthy's?
Well, I was told quite a long time ago that there was just like an argument, whatever, and he was just thrown out of CF McCarthy's and just like banned. He couldn't go back there.
Huh. Interesting.
Again, that's one of those rumors that I've heard along the way. But that's what I mean. I was like, you went to the hillside to eat, and this has nothing against the hillside. But if I'm picking a place in Canton to eat, it's not going to be you go to Hillside for like a beer on draft, you know. You don't
for the Hillside. Low comps at the Hillside. That's not where.
I mean, maybe some chicken tenders or wings.
That's so interesting. So they were somewhere, a mystery place, and because they never cared to do an investigation, we'll probably never know.
And they also had Kevin Albert, and they never told us that Berkey and his son went to that funeral too. So where were they in the picture? Who did they drive with?
Right.
So, did they fly? We don't know. They never testified. There was such distancing away from Ken Berkowitz the entire case. It's like, why don't you want to talk about Ken? He was very hands-on with this whole thing.
And I know that he was sick, but before the first trial, they could have at least gotten a statement from him, like a deposition or however you do it. I'm not a lawyer. But he was not involved at all. They were just kind of stayed away from it.
That's what I mean. And when you start, especially when you look at, Sergio, remember Sergio, he did all of the looking at the testimony and whatnot. When you start seeing distancing language, also look at distancing body language and things that they don't want to talk about. There's a reason why Ken Berkowitz is not around in all of this. And it's not because he wasn't involved. He was very involved. Very, very.
What do you mean low comps at the Elliott desk? Low comps at the Hillside. Berkey took the escalator to hell. And I hope he's having the rest he deserves. Okay. This picture is not a new one, but this will just, there's no way I can stop myself from where this rabbit hole is about to take me. But this is the picture.
This goddamn tail light piece, I swear to God.
So this is the picture of the piece of tail light that Ken Berkowitz saw from his car when he just happened to be driving past Fairview for no reason. And at that same time that Berkey was just driving past Fairview for no reason, Yuri Buchanan was on his way to Fairview. He was almost there. Separately, unbeknownst to him, but he Yuri had planned to drive by because he told everybody to drive by every day on the way to and from work. So this is the piece that Berkey just looked out his window and was like, oh my God, tail light. You guys, everybody come quick. Tail light in a melted footprint. Come, everybody. Come one, come all.
Can't.
Now,
you know, I remember when I first pointed this out, and what one of the other, I call them the other side, whatever you want to call them, one of them said, it's because he already picked it up. So then he just put it back down, and it just so happens to be put on a shoe print. Yeah, my guy. Yeah, sure. That makes so much sense. That makes so much dumb. I don't even know. It's because maybe he already fucking had it because it was in his pocket from fucking the PD. And then he placed it onto a shoe print.
And if that was what happened, why isn't that written in a report? Why isn't that testified to? If Berkey can see it from his car window driving by, why can't Brian Albert see it from his house? Like, how long was it just exposed out there? And then not only that, but I want to, so they state, and this is even at the top of this, where they said it was possible to retrieve this because the snow from the January 29th storm was melting and exposing the area. Well, let's fact check, because I was a teacher back then, and on that day, school was canceled because there was a storm and Boston Public Schools were closed on February 4th. There was no school. And this is what the Massachusetts State Police were tweeting about on February 4th, 2022. There were over 200 crashes that day because there was such a catastrophic, like, flash flood ice storm. So it actually wasn't just melting and remelting and whatever they want us to think was happening. Yeah. They were very active on Twitter that day, keeping people updated about the storm because there were so many crashes. They wanted people to stay off the road. But yeah, we're supposed to believe that Berkey was just driving by on this clear, beautiful day where all the snow is melting, and there's just one lonely piece of taillight.
Yeah, no.
Also,
but also too, if you guys knew where Berkey lived, he lives right down. He lives essentially like across a neighborhood across from One Meadows, John's house. So he lives right down the street from PD. There's no reason for him to be driving by Fairview Road. Does not. He's not a trooper. He shouldn't be doing.
Yuri gave the instruction for all of the Massachusetts State Police officers to drive by there to and from work, even though if it's like not on the way and whatever. And Berkey just also was like, I'm in.
That's what I mean. His hands are in everything. He just always, he just, from what I've heard, he just loved like the feds and the state troopers. Like even though he was a Canton PD guy, he always like had dreams to be like, you know, a part of a bigger scheme. So this was kind of like his day. Like this was like his starring moment. He goes, finally something.
And he really was, his health wasn't failing, and he was about to retire. Like he had no other chance. He had no other option. Like this was his last hurrah. The other thing I want to point out is from the top photo where we played Find That Tail Light to now, there's a lot of snow that's melted. And isn't it interesting that there's no tail light anywhere over here where it melted? So I guess it's all still hiding right here.
It doesn't make sense. It truly doesn't make sense.
And then at that point, if they know, now they've been to the Sally Port, they've seen how much of the tail light is gone. So they know how much more they need to look for. Fine, miss me with the doing it during the blizzard or whatever, but now you say it's a beautiful day, even though it wasn't. why don't 7 of you guys get out your shovels? It will take 15 minutes, shovel the whole yard and find all the pieces. You need all the pieces, right? We're playing hide and seek.
They also act like, you can only depend on your resources, when how many times, I mean, in Canton, you hear about a house fire and it's like there's other departments that come in and step in. Like, they had options to pull resources from elsewhere and they chose not to. So that's the other thing you need to think about. If Stoughton PD had a snow heater or like a snow melter, they could have borrowed it. They could have borrowed it.
At Gillette Stadium, there could be a full blizzard the night before a Patriots game, and they are able to melt the entire field in a couple of hours so that the Pats can play football. Like, you don't think there's people like, since COVID, people got those like outdoor heat lamp things. What are they called? Like, that they have at bars and stuff.
Yeah.
Just get a couple from the neighbors.
Right. And I mean, also too, it's like for anyone that keeps defending Canton with the PD at this point, it's like your taxpayer dollars are going to this, and you want a police force that's not like smart enough, incompetent. Like, this is what I mean. It doesn't make sense for them to be this nonchalant about this case. None of it makes sense. And also too, because then you'll get the people that are like, well, they were recused, they step away. Well, as you can see, Berkey was very much involved, so they actually didn't. They still had her vehicle there. So, no.
Of all the garages that they could have gone to.
I mean, I will never forget when I saw the Microdots put out the whole like Middleborough and what exactly was a part of the Middleborough barracks, I guess you could call it, or their Sally Port, and how they have like 8 bays and they're all temperature controlled. It's like, yeah, and you drove right by that and chose to go to Canton.
And remember, Proctor was like, that one it wasn't big enough for a car this size. Like, she doesn't drive an 18-wheeler. She drives an SUV.
Granted, it is a large SUV. I will give them that. But
like, what is this garage for like a clown car?
Yeah, but they also don't think that, the state troopers don't have like state trooper extra large pickup trucks that fit in those ways. So
no, according to Proctor, they only had Chevy Malibus. Remember he said that? Like, we had to drive our personal vehicles because we only have Chevy Malibus.
And that I can attest to because of when we saw them going back to do Karen's second arrest. So that we do know they do drive those like little,
Well, they have those, and they have the SUVs also.
That's what I mean. And if they really wanted to, they could use those cruisers. They could. It is always an option. But if, they probably don't want to do
One of the next things in this folder is photos and videos from Good. And I think this is the one that you were talking about. Oh, that's not the one where he says the F word.
Yeah, there's 2 of them.
Yeah.
There's 2 videos.
But in this folder, in this drop, there's just 2 pictures and a video, unless there's another spot that they're at. This folder just has. Also, wait, I need everybody to see this. Hold on. Oh my gosh. StreamYard is like, everything's flying away. Okay. Share screen. When people are like, you wouldn't have seen the tail light because they weren't looking for it or whatever. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay. You can see the glass like poking out from the snow.
Right.
So if we are to believe that there are 47 plus pieces of tail light hiding in the snow, then one would think that it would have done the same kind of thing that the glass did, which is like kind of deflect some of the snow and the wind and nothing. Also, don't even, I can't even. Is
Any-
that
Any
filled up
bartender,
with-
listen, the part of the reason why half my name is Boozy is because I spent 10 years in the alcohol and events industry. I'm a long time bartender. Anyone that has worked with glassware knows what that type of damage is caused by. That glass had to have hit something with a ledge or something like a table or something or some, you know what I mean? Because you can tell by the way that's kind of cut in half like that.
Mhm.
And they didn't even recover all of the pieces.
That's so
like,
interesting.
yeah,
Mhm.
there's a very large portion of that glass that was not recovered.
But there's some other random glass that was recovered, so that's cool.
Yeah, what the? Excuse my, I keep swearing. What the?
I don't care.
Is that? She's like, I don't care.
Yeah, I don't. No, you can swear all you want. I don't care.
You know, but you know what I mean? Like this is what I mean when I said like it just seems like there was an altercation, whatever happened, and he fell into like somehow the hand or somehow the glass hit something. It broke. Whatever that glass is, they only picked out some of it, and then the rest of it got thrown out by someone, somewhere, some who I don't fucking know, but it's not there. But that
Coco does love to clean.
Well, think about it. Highball class, right? Okay, hold on. Where's my coffee? So it's a little bit shorter than that. So if you're thinking that type of, and this is plastic, by the way. Oh, you have a copper mug. Do you have a Moscow Mule?
No, I have iced coffee in here that I actually need. We're going to take a break in a second so I can get a refill.
But yeah, so if you're thinking that glass broke, say like right there, so it has to go into a ledge, something hard with force. Again, we're talking about physics. Oh no. About physics. So yeah, that was one of the things that I've always wondered. And also too, Brian Higgins in his testimony said that the glass from where did they go first? CF McCarthy's had like ridges or something, or did he say the word ridges?
Like bubbles or what did they say? Stippling.
Yeah,
or no, that was the tail. Stippling was the tail light. What was the weird word that they? And Higgins was like, "Oh, I recognize that glass from the CF McCarthy's."
Yeah, because it had that specific type of etching or whatever, and ridges. I was like, no. I was like, that is a straight up regular clear highball glass. Like that's not anything fancy. You know, that's not anything fancy. So I'm like, now here's my other question. Did the Alberts have those type of glasses? And he's getting
we'll never know.
We'll never know because they never freaking looks at the house.
And how often do you need to frequent a bar? Speaking about Higgins here, to be able to look across the room, see a random person holding a drink and be like, I know that glass. That's the CF McCarthy glassware.
And what are the odds that like they don't use the two bars don't use the same type of glassware? Because there's only so many restaurant facilities where you can get glassware from, and unless you actually want to spend, because I've worked in places where I've helped them build up the brand, is only so much you want to spend on things like glassware. So unless you have,
especially in Canton where people are just willy-nilly taking and leaving and.
That's what I mean. Like, how many times have like you gone into a specific place and like, oh my god, they have this cool cup, let me steal it. Like we've all done that before.
Yeah.
So it's like you don't spend money on the glassware. You have it.
Well, and in Canton, it's not even that they're cool; they're just thirsty.
Yeah, like usually special glassware is saved for like breweries, like wineries, things like that. It's not not CF McCarthy's.
No. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I need to refill my iced coffee. We're gonna take a 2 Fervent song break and then come back, and we're going to look at something else in this folder. Oh, interesting. There's Cars report in there. There's, if anybody in the chat has gone through this and has something specific you want us to talk about, let me know. But if not, then maybe we'll poke around the Cars report. Jessica Hyde's report is in here.
Yeah, I haven't seen that.
Oh, let's do that then. Perfect. Okay, we're gonna take 2 Fervent songs and then we'll be back.
How long?
Whoops.
How long
What?
is 2 Fervent songs?
Like 6. We'll do 3 Fervent songs. We'll take a 9-minute break because then we'll do Hank and Lally. We'll do Proctor, Hank, and Lally.
This is what they would do, like when it was like you watch a really long like play, like the Titanic.
Mhm.
But you know what I
This is
mean.
intermission. This is our intermission. Okay, here we go.
The
Enjoy.
life of a private
So,
defender. Send some text that might offend you. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a Proctor defender. That's the life of a Proctor defender. That's the life of a Proctor defender. I don't even know why this is in the news. All of y'all are acting like prudes. Who doesn't like looking at nudes and sharing those nudes with the whole damn crew? Don't come at me with quid pro quo. I love that man, no homo. Not one text that he planted evidence. That means that it is so evident there's no corruption, so what's the relevance? The feds found nothing except for these messages. They say there was a conflict of interest, but really we all had a common interest. Frank, Karen, Reed, and we're in the clear. Then work with Kev on a cold case of beer. The life of a Proctor defender. Send some text that might offend you. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a Proctor defender. That's the life of a Proctor defender. That's the life of a Proctor defender. Please judge, don't let these texts out. He's been through enough and he's really stressed out. He's got Kerry Roberts backing him up, got Matt McKay backing him up, the district attorney backing him up, and Yuri, yeah, he gave a thumbs up. How about the Emmy? Not so much. How about the laws of physics? Not so much. How about Michael Easter? Not so much. How about common sense? Definitely not. The silent majority aren't on Twitter. For my man Chip, my hands on the trigger. Today in Canton, it's time to kill some.
No, sorry, Proctor, I can't say that.
The life of a Proctor defender. Send some text that might offend you. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a Proctor defender.
Here, Bear, take the mic.
Tell him how you feel. Bitch, get out of line. I call her a whack job. Then I wonder why I got fired from my last job. All these Twitter trolls say I'm looking like a fat slob. Tell the FKR crew they're gayer than the flash mob. If I go to jail, please pick the right cellmate, cause I probably pissed off every single inmate. They say orange is the new black, and as you know, I don't really like black. I can't help that. They annoy me. The only hood I like is white and pointy. Oh!
Okay, Jesus, Bear, please step away from the mic. White and pointy.
Stop, stop, you're making it worse. It's hard to defend you sometimes. The life of a Proctor defender.
Biting my tongue for so long. Fuck you, Hank. Think you're better than me. Fuck you, Hank. You are not Lally. Fuck you, Hank. Think you're better than me. Fuck you, Hank. But why don't we see? I'm a basic kind of guy, I really don't need a flaunt. Smoking 6 packs a day and I'm happy as a hog. All I do is mumble, do I really need any lungs? The trial 1 jury was just like me, they were hung. Trial 2 came around and you wanna bench me? Not one guilty vote, was embarrassing to see. Need to remind you that my jury was 9-3. Take your little OUI and get about the scene. Fuck you, Hank, Hank. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, Hank. You are not Lolly. Fuck you, Hank. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, Hank. Well, why don't we see? Oh, I know what will get us the win. Ask Rachel about his fucking ham sandwich again. That'll prove this beyond all reasonable doubt. Oh, who am I kidding? this shit is around. You took this case so damn personally, and I hold that opinion to a scientific certainty. You weasel face, fuck, bet, Arca Major P. Even with all the help you got from Beverly, standing ovation. What a robust cross. Psych. Your nerdy ass looks so fucking lost. Just think, $500,000 was all it cost to get our asses kicked in the fucking law. Fuck you, hey, hey. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, hey. You are not lolly. Fuck you, hey. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, hey. Well, why don't we see? Why don't we see?
Hey, how'd that case with the middle school teacher go? I hear you're taking more L's than the Commonwealth.
Hey! Waiting for your response, Becky. Yeah, yeah.
Today we say a prayer for Adam Lally, the once mediocre prosecutor who stayed mediocre. May the Lord hear our prayer.
In the words of Auntie Bill, speak up loudly. Got $500,000 cause of your incompetency. Calling me a nerd with creativity. Your shit was boring just like your delivery. Your monotone ass can't demand more cash. Only idiot to use a hung jury as a brag. A lowly ADA, so you must be a hack. You don't wanna see me get spanky on the track. You ain't good enough to have a private practice. You ain't smart enough to hide your malpractice. I was the star, you were like a fading actress. Hope Welcher spread his load all over your mattress. I know a lot of times that raps be fiction, but really let these next two bars sink in. You ain't skilled enough to get a conviction, even when in a corrupt jurisdiction. As for the aftermath, well, I'm making more cash. As for you, I think I saw you on DoorDash. Man, I kinda feel bad, sitting back with a laugh, counting up on my stacks. But let me end this quite plainly, just in case that your memory's hazy. It was confirmed on the stand that you're lazy when Rosemary made you her baby. All they wanna baba.
Hi, chat.
Hi. I could listen to Fervent all day, every day, and nothing else and be perfectly happy. You want to know a real normal mom moment?
Yes.
I just turned around to leave and got so startled. These balloons that were on my floor. I was like, oh my God. So now I'm wide awake. Okay, before we jump into the Cars report / Jessica Hyde, I wanted to get to a couple of these quickly. The Goodmans have been a member for 7 months and said Happy Mother's Day. Thank you. And I thought this Donkey's Noggin sent $49.99, and this is just such a beautiful message. I really like this, the way you worded this. They said Happy Mother's Day, and to the ones that tried to be mothers. That just hit me right in the heart. I agree. Thank you. B Crumbs gifted 10 memberships. Thank you. I feel like a real YouTuber when people do that, and it makes me really happy.
YouTuber.
Someday I'll really feel like I actually am, but for now I just feel like me and you are just hanging out and everybody's just along for the ride.
Well, that's how it should be. That's how a good podcast is too. You know, just hanging out.
I agree with that. Yeah. Meatball Morrissey, summon it, make it happen. Should we do a seance? Rise up, Berkey, explain thyself.
No, we are not summoning anyone.
Galaxy Girl sent $4.99 and said, how do we find out if Tully really needed to get overtime approved to start the search almost 12 hours later? Can't imagine needing approval in a crisis. Was that his reason he needed to get it approved?
I'm trying to think about that. Remember how we just saw the information come out about like who was on, and like Proctor wasn't on, but then he was on those documents from Mass State Police.
And the system just happened to be broken that 1 week of the year, and they can't go back to look at the system, and we have to just rely on an email from Adam Lally.
Yeah. I don't know how much of it, if I believe that story from Tully, if he needed to get overtime approved, because you would need a supervisor. I guess Yuri would have been the supervisor. Yeah, right. I don't really believe that so much. Don't.
And then he also said like, people were waiting on like his go, so they had to all like kind of clear off their cars, and then they were all just waiting. Everything about it is just
on purpose, in my opinion.
Yeah. I need to explain this super chat from Zach that says, Emily, I think you're a cool gal. I don't care what Mazza says about you behind your back. For anybody who was just defending me in the chat, I appreciate that. It is not that. He said to Mazza this morning, Mazza, I think you're cool no matter what Baker says about you. And then Mazza was so sweet. He was like, wait, like what? I thought me and Baker were cool. Like, what did he say about me? So Zach, you can't trick me now. I saw your.
I was about to say, out of all of the people that are involved with the whole category, he would be the last of my brain that would even think about speaking negatively behind anyone. He's just too nice.
But Zach, good one. Corey says they had already booked Trooper Paul by 2:30.
True. Yeah.
Which is before they even left Dighton, before they even got to Dighton, right? What time did they pull up at Karen's parents' house?
They were gone, by 4:30, right?
4:16.
Barrows got there at 4, like 3:30.
Right. So this is leaving the hospital. They're leaving Good Samaritan, and they're like, hey, Trooper Paul, we need you to recreate this accident scene. Yeah. Don't worry about it. The scene will tell you what happened. Just stay tuned.
Yeah. It was because they said it took about an hour to get down there, which, depending on the route and that weather, it could have.
Right. Yeah. Well, and so they had Trooper Paul booked, but then also he didn't go there until February 1st, right? Or was he at the search? No, right?
No, he wasn't. That was O'Hara, and was there 6 of them in total? I have all their names written down in my Google Doc somewhere. And then there was Keefe, Tully,
baby Keefe,
and then there were 2 Canton Police Department members who are unknown, and then another state trooper that is unknown. So, and then Brian Albert was watching them because remember he came outside like, you here for what happened last night? And then
went back inside. Oh my gosh, what a disaster! Like
it's such a mess.
It's so unfair to his legacy that they just didn't care. Okay, Jessica Hyde or Trooper Paul, which do you want to tackle?
Let's ask Chat, what would you prefer? I'm fair game for whatever. I'm an easy breezy kind of a guest.
Jessica Hyde or Trooper Paul? We have Jessica Hyde's CV. We have a vote for Joe Paul. We have another vote for Joe Paul. Nope, same person voted twice for Joe Paul. We have a lot of Trooper Paul votes. Great. We're doing Rut-Row. Oh, I get to play Rut-Row. Hold on.
What row?
Rut-Row.
He's my favorite. I feel so bad for him. I really do. He was just trying to do his job. You could tell, like he really wasn't.
And like
the shadiness. He was just trying to do it.
You could be the best, smartest scientist, accident reconstructionist, whatever on earth, and not be able to reconstruct this accident, as we saw with Judd Welcher trying to do the same thing, because there was no accident. As Dr. La Posada said, well, it didn't happen. It didn't hit him. So like,
did you know Joe Paul's one of his bosses at one point was Andy Klein, who had his own reconstruction company that then got purchased by Aperture? Did you know that?
Of course. I did not know that. Andy Klein, who had, that does sound familiar, like I knew it once and then it left my brain. So Andy Klein owned his own company that then got purchased by Aperture. That tracks.
And he was a part of the whole aperture-ness, I guess you could call it, of this case. And he was supposed to be testifying and he never got called.
Interesting. Was he on the witness list? Yes, he was, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Andy Klein is how Morrissey found Welcher. That tracks.
Yep.
That makes a ton of sense.
Shady. That's why it's like you look more deep into this and go, that's
Well,
shady. He did train
that,
Paul. Yes, he did train him. Yeah, that's what I mean.
And he did a great job.
He like truly, like I feel bad because he can never be trusted ever again. But like he gave us such great sound bites to use for the rest of his life.
Like I feel like he's probably fine in a normal situation where it's like you get to the scene and it's like these two cars rear-ended each other. I can explain what happened at the end, and he writes a report about it. His report is very thorough, as we're about to see. It's just he didn't have the capacity to defend an accident that didn't happen, and neither did Judd Welcher with all his degrees.
Well, it's like you, not for nothing, you have a set of data and then you figure out the other data, and then there's equations and physics and the things that you do. It's not rocket science. And that's why when Welcher had to change his presentation halfway through the trial, it was because he goes, oh God, the math is right, but it's wrong for the number that I need. So how can we twist this? You know, because it's like if you do the minutes, if the second 3-point turn or whatever you want to call it, the second of this impact, the trigger point, you just take the math of it. So this is the first one, this is the second one, and these are the two times. Okay, easy. Crap. That's before John O'Keefe's last little boop boop on his phone. Shit.
So then we do a clock drift and we do a variance, and then we just add and subtract like 36 seconds here and 3 minutes there. And now there's 36 options you can choose from, and 35 of them still don't work, but one of them does. And so we'll go with that one.
And then you realize that this is the only case that utilizes clock drift. No one else does.
Well, in down Alice in Wonderland's rabbit hole, I think they also use clock drift there.
Man,
besides that,
honestly, I wish we could just have the excuse that we took a mushroom and went to La La Land, and none of this.
Literally. RHM wanted to ask you, what is Colleen Crawford's role?
So she's like
in this.
She's all things media when it comes to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. So anything video, photos, saving it if it needs to be saved different ways. There's also ways that she knows how to edit properly. So say if something needs to be clarified, that's okay for like editing wise. If you need to clarify audio, that makes sense. Maybe like I said earlier, I removed the leaf blower so you could hear exactly what Lank and Gallagher were saying. That is okay. Should you still have the original with all the metadata? Yes, which clearly we didn't see in this case. However, it's when we start seeing things like obviously the Sally port comes for the top of our brain when it's inverted and missing. Also, the temple is missing footage. Also, the town hall is missing footage. So you start seeing all these other things and it's like, what exactly did she do? And if it wasn't her, who else had their hands on this stuff that did it. But Colleen's just anything media when it comes to the county, basically. So if you're watching a Norfolk County trial and there's a video, Colleen had her hands on it somehow. Doesn't mean it's a bad thing because that's her job.
Right. Like in I think of the Adelson trial where they did the where they were out at a restaurant and the guy had like the investigator had like a recording device in a bag, and you could hear a lot of the background noise in the restaurant. And so then they took out all of that noise and clarified it and like got that approved by the defense, and they could play that in trial. Like that happens. That's allowed. Yeah. Proud Boomer wants to know if there's any emails to her. Have you seen emails in any of these FOIA requests to or from Colleen? Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, like the various troopers are saying, hey, can you do this? Can you do that? And then thanking her and doing all the things. Yeah. Has there been anything like nefarious? No. And do I think that would be in an email anyways? No. I think Morrissey would, because he's clearly of a certain age where he doesn't really understand technology. Now I'm sure he understands.
Does he really, though? I maintain that I think Michael Morrissey thinks that his computer has like when people are like, oh, he used his burner for this. I'm like, no, he used his phone because he was on the toilet, and he doesn't know that it's corresponding to, there's like the phone email address, and he gets confused sometimes why things are in his phone email but not at his computer email. So he forwards them to himself from his phone email to his computer email, and that's as nefarious as it gets because he doesn't know what he's doing.
Exactly. That's literally all that it is. That's it.
Yeah. Like, I think people think he's like an evil mastermind, and it's like, I think he's out of the loop. I think he trusts what people tell him.
Yeah, and he just so happens to have, obviously, he's a lifetime politician that got his law degree. You know, he's never been a prosecutor or like an actual attorney. So he just happens to be in a position where he has the powers of it all.
Yeah. And he trusts the people that he's been with for a while, and they tell him something. That's why there were some of those emails in Sandra Birchmore's file where he was like, have you guys seen this? Is this true? And it's like, huh? Yeah, we've all seen it. What do you mean? This is your first time seeing that?
I can't wait. I can't wait to see the Greg Connor of it all. I can't wait.
Do you want to go to the debate with me? I signed up to go on June 17th.
Did you?
At Medfield High School.
My question is, if I put in a fake name, are they going to ID us?
I don't know. I used my name.
You also do use your name too. I don't.
Yeah. And I already got doxxed by Testify. Thanks, guys. I loved that. That was so much fun for me. That was fun when people were just texting me out of nowhere because you told everybody my real last name. I loved that. Thanks, ladies.
I know they're probably like, obviously there's at least one of them watching being like, well, how does it feel? No, I'm sorry. Being on a Discord server where you literally have your own separate chats being like, you know, this is the Turtle Boy section, this is this content creator, and this is this person. Like, no, that's a different kind of level of psychotic. Sorry.
Wait, do you think that any of our biggest fans who might be watching this, do you think that they were also bopping around to Fervent and actually really like Fervent's music? Because I do.
Maybe. I think some of them are salty, but then it's kind of hard when you hear a beat to not go like this, even if you don't like the artist, you know.
Okay, so in Trooper Paul's report, the first thing that really stands out on this front cover is that the accident happened at 12:15.
Oh, good God. Oh, good God. This poor man. This poor man. He was just set up to fail. That's why I'm like, I don't think he really is such a bad person. He was just set up to look like an idiot.
There's this part right here that it won't let me highlight, but this part right here that they spent a whole entire trial trying to avoid, but it says primary investigating officer, Trooper Michael Proctor. I thought he was just the case agent.
No, but then Connor Keefe said it straight out. Oh, yeah, he was the lead.
Little baby Keefe, you love that guy. Okay, so here we go. We have information about the insurance. What's this? I don't know. I don't know how you read these things out loud. Information about, okay, investigation. On Saturday, January 29th, 2022, a single vehicle collision involving a pedestrian occurred in the area of 34 Fairview Road in the town of Canton. On January 29th, 2022, at approximately 14:30 hours, what's that, 2:30? Yep. I was assigned to reconstruct this collision by Sergeant Brian Mahoney. Cars. M-cars. I arrived at the Canton Police Department on February 1st at approximately 10:45 hours. That's already just funny to me because I was assigned to this on January 29th at 2:30 and I arrived a day and a half later.
Yeah, no, that doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't you go there that night?
Wait, 31. How many days are in January? 31. So 2.5 days later, I arrived.
So that they waited until Tuesday, not even Monday?
Yeah. February 1st. Wait, February 1st, 2022. Yeah. How many days?
Yeah, because the 29th was a Saturday.
Yeah. And 30 days has September, April,
Tuesday?
Yep.
I can understand not doing it on Sunday, but not Monday?
Nope. February 1st. Yep. February 1st was a Tuesday. And that was the day that like they kind of all got there. Like Zach Clark was there, Maureen Hartnett was there. They were all there. Also, Trooper Paul started his crash test analysis, whatever we want to call it, after they had already removed the taillight housing.
Oh yeah, then they called what's his name that was retired. That's an auto mechanic now. What's his name?
It's a short last name, right?
I can't remember the officer's name. But remember he came in and he booped it. I always call it the boop. Mm-hmm. He booped the tail light. And we're all like, what are you doing?
Oh yeah, what day was Karen arraigned? The 2nd?
First.
The 1st. Okay, so they had to wait. Wanless, that was his name. Brian Wanless.
Thank you. Yes.
So they maybe didn't do it the 1st because they were waiting for Karen to be arrested. So it looked like they were investigating something after the suspect was already in custody, or
that wouldn't make sense. If they think, if they think it's the murder weapon, they can investigate that. That's like, right. We have I almost said pew pew. I'm so used to talking on TikTok. You can't say certain words on TikTok, but that's like saying, you have a knife in front of you that's got blood on it. Obviously, you're going to take it and look at it, and investigate it.
Corey has a question about this sentence. Okay, hold on. I was met at the Canton Police Department and was assisted in this reconstruction by Trooper Zach Clark, Trooper Michael Proctor, and Trooper Carol something. Sergeant Sean Good of Canton PD was assigned as the primary investigator.
Because now we know that they were best friends. So that makes sense why Berkey.
But Canton is accused.
Right. Right. Yes. But we're also talking about Canton PD and Sean Good with Michael Proctor. So like now we know more of their relationship and how they spoke and how they believe certain things about specific protected classes. So it's just like, you know what? Should he have been there? No. That should have been Berkey. Actually, Berkey was on med leave, so technically it should have been Helena Rafferty that was there, or Kelleher. But
it also shouldn't have been anybody. It shouldn't have been in Canton's garage to begin with because they're recused. They're the one out of all the 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. They're the one that's not supposed to touch it.
But
have
also,
gone
this is, what time is it? This is at they say 10:40 to 10:45 in the morning. Sean Good worked the midnights. So why
Yes,
why the hell is Sean Good there in the morning?
and also he's a sergeant. Why is he he's not a detective. What is he investigating?
I know, that's what I mean. Where are his supervisors? Even Kevin Albert, any of them. I have a whole list of everyone's rank and what they were on January 29, 22, 22 out of Canton PD. He is not the higher of, he's the lower half. He was not up there.
This one we could chalk up to Trooper Paul maybe just being confused. Like he's like, yeah, I think that guy was in charge.
Well, no, I believe it. If he was waltzing around Canton PD and buddy with Proctor, I fully, wholeheartedly believe that he was the lead investigator out of Canton PD for this. I believe it. See, Trooper Paul was not in any of the thick of any of this.
No.
He really wasn't.
Not at all. He was just trying to piece, like when he said, that's what I was told. And then Alan Jackson pressed him on it and he realized like, oh, I'm not supposed to like get those people in trouble. That was not him being like, that's what I was told. Like I was told that I needed to cover up this, whatever. He was just going off the information they literally told him.
Right.
Trial Channel said that Good was one of the ones briefing Proctor and Buchanan at the station.
Yeah, but then you think about it, it's like you're going to choose, not for nothing, this has nothing to do with like sergeants, but you're going to choose a sergeant over a lieutenant.
Not just that, like Sean Good looks real like smooth brained.
Well, it's like I said, you become who you hang around with. So, oh wow.
The weather at the time of the crash was light snow, 29 to 39 degrees, and asphalt roadway was wet. The light snow had started at approximately 23:34 hours. And lighting condition was nighttime with overhead mounted lights in the area. There was like a rumor at some point where people were like, no, there were no street lights.
No, there are.
There were.
Yeah.
The light snow continued through the night and then it transitioned to heavy snow throughout the day. That's all correct. You're right.
They
Good
also
job.
have headlights. So like
he went on Google Earth. Good job, Trooper Paul. He found some pictures of the road. He has all the information about the speed limit, the number of lanes. The collision happened at this GPS coordinate. There's a 1 to 2 degree incline with minimal super elevation. There's this ridiculous map that we've seen 100 times that tells us absolutely nothing. Okay, roadway evidence. I arrived at the scene of the collision on February 1st at approximately 10:45. Canton PD assisted with identifying the final rest. Find that makes sense because they were the only ones there and they didn't take coordinates. On January 29th, CERT was activated to assist in searching for potential evidence outside of 34 Fairview. When looking at 34 Fairview Road from the street, there's a fire hydrant on the far left of the property. Members of CERT located a Nike sneaker, black with a white Nike logo along the side. Does that fit with everybody's shoe theory? The sneaker located by CERT matches the one sneaker the victim was wearing at the time he was transported by EMS to Good Samaritan. This is all stuff we know. None of this seems that groundbreaking. I don't know. What am I looking for? What should...
I think it's hysterical that they blocked out her license plate number.
But it's like literally all over the internet. Good for them.
Yeah, like, it's been on the internet.
Did you see that they pushed back the auction of her car because Howie Carr wants to run the auction, and he's in Florida until like next week or something.
They did? Because I was wondering that. I was like, what's going on with this auction? Because wasn't it supposed to be like soon? Or it was already supposed to be done, I thought.
It was already supposed to be done. I read this the other night. It's so funny to me. I don't know why I find this so entertaining. Hold on. I'll share this.
But you know what? That's smart if you really want to promote it and make even more money off of it. You know, I personally, I would like to see this vehicle in a museum for people to learn from, you know?
Yeah. Put it in that, there's that new museum in Canton, the Paul Revere Museum or something. What is that? There's a new...
Do not vehicle.
Okay, this was published March 5th, 2026. It says, Karen Reed's SUV was supposed to hit the auction block in January. Here's why it didn't. It didn't happen because Howdy Carr, the radio show host and Boston Herald columnist, wants to preside over the auction. But he's in Florida until May.
Oh my God, that's a really long. Oh, he's a snowbird. He's a snowbird.
He can't come home early for a weekend to do the auction.
Okay, that makes sense.
That is so funny to me. So now it's being held next week, May 14th at 2 p.m. at Manzi Appraisers in Woburn. And the bidding will be held live, and any bidders must present a valid ID and $20,000 to participate.
Yeah. Yeah. And you need to show proof of funds as well. You can't just go up with 20K. You know, you need to have proof that you've got the money in your bank.
Oh, like in Friends with the Mr. Beaumont. The wind in your arms. I hope somebody got that reference. Okay, back to Trooper Paul.
Corey, that's smart. I never thought about that.
I mean, there's 100,000 reasons why his shoe could come off. Do people think his shoe came off when he was put on there? The only reason why I don't think that is because then they would have seen the shoe in the morning. Like, the shoe wasn't there in the morning.
Yeah.
Because if the shoe was there in the morning, they would have seen it.
Or, you know, he was in a fist fight, he tripped over something and a shoe fell off and he smashed his head on something.
Or his shoe had something on it that they wanted to clean. There's 100 million reasons, but I don't think that it was out there, because if we think about the leaf blower videos, like it wasn't very snowy yet. They were on an empty, well-lit road. They cleared a little bit of the berm, like they're walking all around. They could see anything that was there. They found a clear cocktail glass. Like, there was no hat and there was no shoe at that time.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. I won't get over the frostbite. See, he had no frostbite. So, you know, it's just... That's why when we had one of the snowstorms, I was like, I want everyone to go outside for 10 minutes when you're shoveling, not have any gloves on, and see what your hands look like after 10 minutes of being out in a storm with no gloves on.
Yeah.
John didn't have any signs of frostbite. None.
And it was a little confusing because we were, after the first trial, operating under the idea that he did have hypothermia. So that kind of like threw things off a little bit. And then when Queen La Posada came in and was like, let me correct the record for you all.
Yeah, because I'm not going to even try to pronounce, well, maybe I will. Wisniewski has multiple ways it can happen within the body. So it's like, okay, so it doesn't mean it's one thing or the other. It could be a multitude of things.
Exactly.
So.
Okay, this is Trooper Paul's testing, which we also have video of now. On February 1st, and this was, like I said, after they, after they removed the taillight housing, then they did this. So in the video, that would have been a great time for us to see what if the taillight illuminated when the brake was hit or not, but we'll never know.
Oh, you mean for her vehicle? At what time?
Yeah. So like when they did the testing, they already removed the housing.
Right. Yeah. No. So yeah, you're right, because it was completely out. You wouldn't know about that. You're right.
But if they had left it in, done the testing, and then removed it, we would have been able to see, okay, if Trooper Paul slams on the brakes, does that illuminate at all? And then that would clear up this whole conversation about people zooming in on pictures and being like, I see a little piece missing. I see a big piece missing. I see it illuminating red. I see white.
Well, this is why, once you understand the taillight anatomy, this is why my ADHD got stuck on that damn taillight, because I was like, I need to know how this is made and how it functions. And when it breaks, what does it look like? Thank God for Be in Trouble, because he really
Be in Trouble is amazing. And also, you guys, Be in Trouble needs our support right now with medical bills. And I will post later in the description of this video a link to his Venmo, Cash App, all the things, because he did a lot for us and now he needs us. So let's do it.
That makes me sad to hear that he's not doing well.
Yeah.
He's a good guy. He spent a lot of money purchasing several of these taillights. And if anyone knows about anything about having luxury vehicles, one little piece can cost thousands. So he has spent a lot of money.
And he did it all. Like, he's not in the area. He wasn't like, he had no kind of like skin in the game on this. He was just like, this is wrong and I can prove it. And I will like prove it to everybody and put myself on the line for that.
Yeah. Yeah. But what I can say is this, all the video footage that we have Karen driving around and from the angles that we can see, that damage is not equal to what it looked like in the Sally Port when they took the photos. It's not the same damage. And that's why they're always like, they try to use the lingo, like, well, the diffuser. I'm like, yeah, and guess what the diffuser does? It diffuses light. So if there's one little piece of the diffuser broken, sure, that's what it looks like more at that like 12:30, 5 a.m. time frame. It's not a smashed out, completely destroyed taillight. It's not.
Exactly what Barrows told us.
But that's what I mean. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, no, it doesn't track.
This is key cycle information, which makes it very clear that 1162 was the key cycle where Karen's car was going onto the tow truck at her parents' house, because 1163 is going off of the tow truck, and then 1164 is when testing is starting. And there's no way that 1162 key cycle could have been her driving at Fairview, because she drove the car a whole bunch of other times after that.
So here's the thing. This is my one major issue with Trooper Paul, because I was like, why is there no date and time? So then I started doing research into when they do these polls of this data information, especially on like Toyota Lexus, because that's the programming. It's Toyota Lexus. And this would have had to have been like deselected. So like you can actually look it up and like do check boxes. So when this was loaded, because this is literally a spreadsheet that he had like typed in. So what he had to do, if he's the one that gathered this information, he would have had to unselect like basically the checkbox from the drop-down menu of getting rid of the date and time.
Interesting. So this
is my one major flaw with Trooper Paul, because the date and time should be there. It should be.
Wait, I had always thought that there was no date and time that
There
corresponded.
is. Oh, there is. Oh, trust me, there is. I've looked at probably dozens at this point of similar Toyota Lexus spreadsheet things like this, and the different variations and the different trials and whatnot. I'm like, yeah, no, there should be date and time. There's no reason why there's not. There's no reason. And
oh my God.
Because here's the thing. If this data was damaged in the chip off that Gorino kept talking about, we wouldn't have any of the data. It all would be gone, because it all comes from the same set of information. So they chose not to have the date and time, whether it was Paul or if it was Gorino or if it was Kelly or someone else. That date and time should be there, and they chose not to have it in.
I mean, I feel like not to defend my Joey Paul, but I feel like he is the guy who just follows orders. And if they say, what we need from you is the key cycle, the this, the that, don't include the date and time, he's not going to ask questions. He's just not going to include the date and time.
Exactly. And he would be that type of kind of pushover because that's like kind of his personality.
Mm-hmm. But then that means at this point he knows that, well, and also I really don't even think that in his testimony, I don't think he was faking when he didn't understand how key cycles and ignition cycles work.
Right.
So there was a lesson there that if you just are confused enough on the stand, you can get out of something because he outsmarted Alan Jackson by being the opposite of smart.
Less educated or less informed, we'll say.
Like, but to outsmart one of like the country's best attorneys just by being so confused is really an accomplishment.
Especially when it's like the defense attorneys that do the confusing on purpose.
Yeah. And then Alan Jackson was even like, oh, wait, okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Here, Trooper Paul put his understanding of Google Maps to good. He's very, very versed at Google Earth, Google Maps, all the Google things. He found all the suggested routes from Waterfall to 34 Fairview, all the things. Yeah, but none of this is particularly groundbreaking. Oh, I like this part where he talks about the way that they like really knew that there was like a pedestrian collision is that there was that drop in miles per hour. It went from 24.2 miles per hour to 23.6 miles per hour.
No.
That's less than 1 mile per hour.
No. That is more, especially when you combine. Here's the thing. This is the problem when people come to conclusions is they don't take everything as an entity. They cherry pick. It's like when you have, I don't know, a whole phone extraction and you only have certain aspects of a conversation. We need the whole shebang to see what's actually going on here. So we actually look at all of the data. Okay, so if there's a sudden drop, then what else is there? And what else is there? And then the shifting and which way was she going and what happened in the vehicle. Oh, actually, what may have actually happened is she hit a patch of ice or a snow. She should have done that. It doesn't mean you hit a fucking body.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think the description of this whole thing corresponds exactly to what we see when the tow truck driver is pulling the Lexus out of Karen's parents' driveway and onto the tow truck. It says like the steering input changes from a positive 4.5 degrees to a negative 4.5 degrees. I don't know why I can't say numbers today. With the accelerator pedal steady. So the tow truck driver is pulling the car out of the driveway in like 10 inches of snow and is just flooring it, backing up, and then pulling onto the tow truck. It says it is possible this is where the pedestrian was struck due to the sudden negative change in speed. It doesn't really change. But it's still, the accelerator is still 75% down. Yeah, because they're just trying to get the car onto the tow truck.
My only thing with that, and I'm always like playing devil's advocate with this data stuff, because the data can be, what's the word I'm looking? I don't want to say like argued, but you can go back and forth with individuals about data because that's what data is. It's not supposed to be, it can be not factual, whereas anatomy is factual.
Yeah.
So the only thing that I would rebut with that is if you look at the timing and then the key cycles, right? So that's how Judd Welcher came to the time, and that's the reason why he had to change his presentation. Is the only change is because of the timing, because you know how you push a button and then it times how long the car is on for.
Yes.
That's
Like this part where it's like,
I think it's up
where
more.
it's like how long the car had been on first before the trigger event happened.
Right.
But do we see any of that in, like, the car could have been
the last time.
on, the car could have been, they could have turned the car on in the driveway, like remote start for 10, it's idling there for 10 minutes while it heats up and they clear off the windshield and whatever, and they're trying to shovel out around. Like, we don't see anything that happened before they pulled it out.
Well, it's the same, the mileage too. The ODO on the
Yes.
victim side. Yeah.
But doesn't that
no, because she went from 34 Fairview Road, right? And she went back to John's. But then from in the morning, remember, she was out driving around looking for John. So that would have changed the mileage. Even if it was only 2-3 miles, it would have adjusted the John in. See, this is why it's like Boozy is such broken. And it's like, I just want to know what happened.
Right.
That's it.
But wouldn't that, if this elapsed,
and that lines up, that's a 3-point turn, right? So when she turns it on at the waterfall, she was parked on Washington Street. They got lost. Then she did a 3-point turn at Cedar Crest and then went to turn back down Fairview. So that 11 minutes makes sense for that route.
But yeah, but I feel like it makes sense. But then it could also, because there's no, so here, from here to here, from the 10 minutes elapsed time to the 19 minutes elapsed time, the mileage that the car traveled didn't change. To me, that lines up more with, I mean, I guess, okay, so you're saying because she did a 3-point turn like around the corner, but it also could line up with sitting idling in the driveway at her parents' house. They turn the car on, they back it up, whatever. I guess.
Are you saying the first one is also in the driveway?
Both of them in the driveway.
Or
like the second trigger could be like they get it onto the tow truck and now they're like messing around with trying to strap it into how they do the tow truck or whatever. They're trying to get it in onto the whatever. I'm not a tow truck operator. I don't exactly know what they do, but something where it's like they kind of like slam into the tow truck and it creates a trigger event.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
And there was a 3-point turn to get onto the flatbed, as McClausey G just said. McClausey G.
Yeah. See, this is why we need time. It's so annoying.
And also, this is why we need investigators who know what they're doing and actually do an investigation. And I'm not an expert on this, and I have never claimed to be. And this hurts my brain.
Yeah, but it's just more reasonable doubt, and that's the reason why she was acquitted.
Yes.
So.
Exactly. Here's the conclusions. Well, the conclusion is what he testified to. Opinion. What if he was like opinions? Like something fishy's going on here. Throughout the investigation, it was determined to be a collision involving a single vehicle and a pedestrian. She then left the injured pedestrian at the scene without providing any type of medical assistance. Okay, Trooper Paul, relax. An attentive and reasonable operator would have made sure that they could see what's behind them.
She could. She had a Lexus that had all of the dings and bings of it all. That vehicle is a very smart vehicle. It's expensive. She had a nice model too of it. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
I have a car that is not nearly as nice as hers, and I was pulling out of a parking spot at Legacy Place the other day, and a car went flying around the corner, and my car immediately slammed on the brakes before I even could see it coming. She definitely had automatic braking. They said that she turned it off.
No. no, you can't do that. That's the other thing I was looking into. I was like, okay, so then what kind of safety features does her vehicle have? And then what happens when these features go off in the system? And so when you're hearing of, oh yeah, well, there was no alerts or whatever the terminology that they used, if there's no alerts, then guess what didn't happen?
She didn't. Yeah.
Well,
My favorite was the theory that she drove forward, got angry at John, decided she was going to reverse, so turned off the alerts, went back, got him, turned the alerts back on because then we can hear them in her house.
Yeah, no, you can't disable that. You can't. You literally, it's a safety feature in the vehicle. Unless you go to a mechanic that can do it, like on the computer and be able to do it, it's not. That's not how it works. And then I was also looking up too. I was like, okay, so then how do when they pull a report, like what do those look like in the system? Not only would there have been the alert of like your example, Emily, like stopping of the vehicle with the hard braking because there was a vehicle behind you. There's also a pre-alert to that too. So it's almost like a warning alert. Yeah. So it's not only going to have the one, it's going to have the two. And every single time that the vehicle has, we'll say, like a reaction, there's a warning to that reaction. So like another example is if you know the what's it called? The seatbelts when they jerk you. That's also one.
I hate that.
I do too. I do.
Do you remember being a kid and like almost dying every time that happened?
It's like,
and like in the old cars when you would try to get out of the car and your seatbelt would like lock you in. And I remember like being stuck in the car being like, Mom, it won't come out.
I mean, I hate it when it's just not even in a smart car. You try to do it, it just like jerks like that. You go, dang.
Dang. Oh, here's one that would have been very helpful for them to follow up some more on. This is from the stains on John's clothing, I believe. So the criminalistics report from the crime lab. There is a sample from stain A on the John's upper right leg of his jeans. There's a sample from stain B. There's a sample from stain C. They test positive for blood, and that's all we know. There's stains A, B, C, and remainder of black portion on John's right sneaker, and that's negative for blood.
Wait, hold on. Go back up for a second, because are you looking at the actual locations of these where they took it from? Upper right leg. Is that the rear or the front? Rear makes sense if he was just laying on the snow. Right? It says upper right leg, upper right leg.
There's no diagrams or anything, so
rude.
I won't know. I feel like I would call the front like upper right leg, but the back would be like rear right leg or something, right? Like that feels like a different description if it's the back of your leg.
Right. And this is why when I spoke about before, I made a good post about the blood flow pattern analysis, which actually is a thing when it comes to crime and figuring out crime scenes. If John was hit by the vehicle, did a pirouette, and then landed flat on his back with his arms and legs down nicely beside him, you wouldn't see any blood on the front of him. None. You'd see none. Gravity goes back.
Mm-hmm. Wait, I want to pull that up. Is it, did you... Is it this?
No.
No.
Oh, that's about that's another good one. And that I bounced off the idea from Dream Street Media regarding Jen's Apple Watch and what causes issues when it comes to reading off of Apple Watches. And really the only two phenomenons that happen, obviously if you take off if you take it off, but one is if you're cold because it can't read the blood. So your blood will your blood constricts, and that's what's helped to save you. It's basically your body trying to preserve itself. So that's the reason why you won't get a heartbeat register on that. Or in this example, I'm talking about HIIT workouts. If there's sweat, that's affecting the contact from the back of the watch to your skin. So those are the reasons why heart rates don't register on Apple Watches. Now, I know the technology's gotten better since 2022 in regards to workouts, but it's still the same when it comes to cold. And if you look at Jen's data, she has quite a few periods of time where she doesn't have any heart rate registering off her watch.
Yeah. What's up with where did that go? She was doing a HIIT workout. That's what it was.
Well, I mean, if she's trying to say all they were doing was dancing at 12 a.m. at 34 Fairview, then yeah, maybe. Oh,
this one?
Is, yes.
Do you want to read this to everybody? I'm going to go get a refill of my water. Do you want to read that to everybody? And I'll be right back.
Sure. So like we were just kind of touching upon, guys, this is about blood pattern or blood flow pattern analysis, which is literally what they do for crimes when they're trying to figure out when it comes to what happened with this individual if it's not obvious from the body. And in this case, John's body, there was they couldn't figure out what was going on. So if we all know gravity, what does gravity do on the earth? I love breaking things down in simple terms so we can all understand. Gravity keeps us down on the earth. Now, what happens with liquid? If you go to dump out a water, it goes down. So what can we say when it comes to injuries on the body? If someone is standing when they are injured and there is fluids, it travels down. And then from there, you can figure out, say if we're looking at another similar, well, highly contested case is Idaho 4 with the 4 college students. Part of the reason why they were able to figure out what happened in that house is because of the blood flow and then the splatters all over the, whatever. We don't need to get into details because we're not trying to get demonetized over here. So what I'm saying here is the downward flowing patterns often suggest that the body or clothing was vertical when bleeding occurred, i.e. was the person standing and in which way did this injury occur? Blood was not projected outward, which would indicate impact splatter. That's why I was talking about Idaho 4. And then bleeding continued for some time, allowing gravity to act on the blood. So if, say, you get a bloody nose and you're able to stand upright, obviously, where's the blood going to go? Down and in the front. It's not going to go behind you unless something really funky occurs where you like wipe yourself or something, So persons typically with these type of patterns on their clothing stay standing or seated up while actively bleeding for a significant duration of time to allow gravity to spread the fluid downward. Blood pooling on the seat of the jeans can further indicate a person being propped up while actively bleeding if no injury is on the person's body around that area. And there's a reason why I say that, because if you look at John's jeans, you see that there's a pooling at his butt, right around the seat, right around the, what's it called? Pockets. I don't ever wear pockets unless they're on sweatpants, so I don't know. So John O'Keefe's only injury that caused significant bleeding was to the back of his head. I'm not discounting what happened to his nose on the side or up here, right? I'm not discounting any of that. But his main true bleeding point was at the base of his skull. So if the claims are true and he was immediately knocked down on the front lawn, the blood flow pattern would look very different. Meaning,
you're so good because I was just pulling up pictures of his clothes and then you already had them right here.
Yeah. And I also enhanced it a little bit, and that doesn't mean I edited it and added anything. What I did is I sharpened the pixels on it so you can get a little bit more of the detail of where these fluids are on John's body, right? Now, if we're talking about just the base of his skull, where you would see and he was just laying on his back, you would basically see it at the head, the shoulders, maybe towards the middle of the back, because it depends on, I don't know, maybe if he was on a slope or something, right? Or if the fluids didn't go down into the earth. There you would see it at that top corner. You wouldn't see it down the front of his shirt. You know what? You see how the front of the shirt is all going down in a pattern. And then you see that same pattern happening at the front of his jeans as well. Oh, go to the butt of the jean. Do you see what I mean about that pooling? Because some people have been like, well, it's grass. It's grass. That's the same side where he had the major injury of his head.
And if that stain, okay, wait, let's see if upper right even has a stain. Okay, so this is what they're saying they tested, and yes, it's blood?
Yes.
No. Or is this what they are saying, calling upper right? Upper right.
Upper right.
No, it's that. No, because that's his left.
Front. It's that on the front.
Yeah. So they tested this, and it is blood, which I guess is helpful to know, but not. I'm looking at the testing. They didn't take a sample from that back part.
So truly, this is the reason why I'm so confident that he was propped up, was because I hate doing the actual imagery, but if you have someone that has a significant injury and you prop them up, but if they're lackadaisical in their head, i.e. they're having a hard time propping it up, especially if his head was down like this, you're going to see that blood go down the front like that. It's just the way gravity works, and it's just trying to understand what happens within the body if he goes down. That would also make sense if there's vomit and whatnot on there too, which also included, they say it was his boxers, which you've never seen before. That would make sense with that too, if he was propped up and he threw up. See, you wouldn't have that blood like that. That is significant blood flow in the front.
Yes. Like you're so right that just his clothes alone rule out their theory of him just getting hit, falling down, laying there at the end. This is not what his clothes would look like.
You wouldn't see that much blood. And even if you want to say, well, he did the spin or whatever, of course there's going to be blood. It would not, I hate to say the word leak, it wouldn't go down in that type of a pattern. Maybe some splatters, if that's really where you want to go. That amount of fluid, it would not look like that. It wouldn't.
No.
That man was propped up at one point as he was actively bleeding.
His clothes really tell a sad story. This is really, I don't know that I've ever looked this closely at his clothes. I've kind of seen them, but not really zoomed in like this. His clothes really show how devastating and quickly this all happened, and how saturated with blood he was.
Right. And this is why it makes more sense that potentially it was an accident, that someone panicked. He was propped up because that injury to the back of his head. The one thing that all these medical examiners and doctors, they all agreed upon, that would have been a one and done. He would have been pretty much done after that. Even if he was physically still breathing and still he wasn't able to pick up the phone or make up, you know what I mean? Someone had to have prop him up, had to have helped him done something. And the reason why I'm so confident on that is because of his clothes, because of that blood flow pattern analysis. That's why.
And as you end your tweet with is science wins every time. Except
it does.
here.
And this is what I mean. We can argue about trigger points day in and day out. We can keep fighting about, you know, Google searches and whatnot, but this is the stuff that really is like, no, this is what this is. So what happened then? Okay, so if your theory is I don't know, Karen hit him with the vehicle, okay, then did she leave her vehicle to prop him up? Because he was propped up at one. Or did someone walk by and prop up? You know, it doesn't make sense.
I was just thinking that we user said orange looks beautiful on both of you. Thank you. I was just thinking we also matched John with his t-shirt.
Yeah, we did.
This question, KP Times said, if the clothes were balled up together, wet for days, is this really good evidence? I think that they said that they had laid it out first on butcher paper to dry. So it wasn't balled up yet, or it was for maybe a little bit, but not. And eventually that day they put it on the butcher paper, right?
There's still a pattern to it too. So if this was so say you just had like the shirt balled up together, you would see splotches. You wouldn't see a pattern of literally a flow. You can literally see the flow.
You can like trace it down.
Yeah. And it seeps through both his sweatshirt and the shirt. And if we saw the boxers, I bet you, especially on that side, that is where we would also see a large portion. Because what that looks like, especially at the butt of his jeans, it looks like there was already blood on the surface, be it ground, inside the house, wherever. It looks like there was already blood there. So then when we propped him up, he was sitting on his own blood. That's what
right. That makes sense. Corey said, did you talk about the mark on his cuff? What does that mean?
I think she means on the sweatshirt.
His boxer pics are in the docs we got on Friday. That's where I just was. Where are they? Hold on.
They are?
Let's see. You know who has seen his boxers is Judd Welcher. He's wearing them. Oh, his pants cuffs. Okay, talk about the pants cuffs for a sec, and I'll find those pictures.
Oh yeah. No. So they were, where it's cut, right? They say like, oh, is that dirt? Is that grass? Is that from dragging? Well, if you're dragging someone, it would be at the rear of the jeans. That is a front of the jeans stain. So what do we think that is? If it's at the front of the jeans, if he's propped up and his head is going different directions, he's basically got a limp head because he doesn't have the functionality to be able to hold himself up. Again, it's just, this is one of those pieces of information that can't be fought. Like, you can't fight evidence like this. It's just, I don't know, Chad. Your defenders are dumb.
Corey, which part of this is it?
So it'll be the bottom.
No, but where in the documents?
Oh.
Mm-hmm. No. Is it in a report? This is why I should have done my homework and not just been obsessing over the taillight.
Homework, schmomework. No. Well, we can also talk about how they had. Would you find it?
Go ahead. No, but I was thinking I can go back to that first page, that cover page, and see.
Well, it's just the whole fact that they found other male DNA on his person, and the only people they tested were Proctor and Yuri. They didn't test anyone else.
That has driven me crazy for so long that they're like, yep, John's DNA was on his clothes that he was wearing.
And two, when you hear about this whole like the O'Keefes now are questioning the whole police narrative, and they're blaming Karen for quote unquote, putting that narrative, that false narrative, as they say, out there, and that's one of their claims for the intentional infliction of emotional distress. Well, this is one of the things that's going to be brought up. It's like you have other DNA on the victim and you didn't test it. You only did it on the investigators. Does that make sense? Because were Proctor or Yuri there? No. So wouldn't you want to try to rule out the individuals that were there? Is that not what we do, police? We investigate?
Not for nothing.
Oh, where'd she go? Okay, she's back.
I don't know what's happening. Not for nothing. Karen looks phenomenal in her booking photo. This is not at all what I was meant to be looking for, but like that's a pretty woman right there, because most people don't look that good in a booking photo.
Well, think of like, your license picture. Usually most driver license pictures don't look good. Never mind a police booking. And even in her
she looks so cute.
But so that's the one where they knew where she knew they were coming. The second time they didn't know. And even in I felt so bad, her being in like her boxer shorts and her Ugg slip-ons. But even in that one, she looked good, and she wasn't like prepared. What'd she say? She was out.
She had just been mowing the lawn.
Yeah, like you don't want to see me mowing. I look disgusting.
Oh my gosh, they were so mean to her in that. Okay, wait. Bloodstain. Okay, I feel like we're getting closer.
Boxers.
Okay, well, I'll just show you guys what I'm doing, even though this is not it, I don't think.
And we got a couple of answers on the socks too, which makes me happy. Oh, what is that? Close-ups.
Zoomed really close up, really zoomed in.
Of his jeans. That looks like jeans.
Appears so. This is a weird.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
I feel like we're getting closer. Okay, Kyle Sharkey for the win. NOD 19 forensic photographs. Okay, 19 forensic photographs. I'm in that folder.
Kyle, you deserve all the bread. The Queen of France will bake you all the bread. You deserve it. And your own personal flying pig, too. I'm going Grant Smith Ellis on you guys.
Justice for Grant Smith Ellis.
Hey, I was looking at some Scanlon stuff last night, and some of Grant's old tweets popped up from when he was, on whatever side that he was on, and he actually had the full interview report of Scanlon that I've never seen before, and I was like, Grant, this is great. Thanks, Grant.
See, if I was not on a mission right now, I would have just gotten distracted by the taillight pictures and not made it past those.
It's a good thing you kept scrolling, because my whole brain would go, oh!
I feel like we're getting closer.
Those images of the close-ups are what got me talking for trial 1.
These look like COVID tests.
Pregnancy tests.
We're getting closer. We're getting closer.
Wow. We never saw any of this either.
There we are.
Oh!
You guys, the shoe. Also, that shoe looks a lot dirty. Hold on.
This was something that was very well spoken about on TikTok too. Like, why does one look clean? Was it clean? As far as we know, John was a neat freak, cleaning his shoes every damn day. He didn't even want his shoes in the house.
Yeah. I think the question is, this shoe to me, and I'm not a shoe conspiracy theorist per se, but that shoe looks dirtier than any shoe that we saw in court.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Here are the boxers.
That's the front.
Mm-hmm.
Hard to tell with the pattern if it's staining.
Yeah.
He wouldn't have dirty. He's not the type of man to have dirty boxers. He's not that
No.
type of.
Some of you dudes out there, maybe, but not John.
Because you see how at the top it kind of looks like staining, but you can't really tell.
Right. I can't tell.
I think that's when you can tell. You can tell when something's wrong, or I'm thinking really hard when I'm quiet.
Yeah. I just would like, in a real, if this had been a real investigation, they would have even they like to say that Colin Albert's having like such a hard time right now. Like if they had DNA tested everybody that was in the house and gotten all of their Google geofence data and everything, it also would have ruled them out. You would have something to point to more than just a printed out screenshot that said, like Mikey's making me shotgun, and they could point to it and say, no, they tested, we went through a full investigation. They tested everybody, it didn't match anybody. And because they didn't do that, we're only left to speculate. Well, there's 3 to 5 DNA contributors to these stains.
Right.
It's not the investigators. Who was it?
Right. I know. And that's why it's like, it goes back to the whole false narrative that the O'Keefes are blaming Karen Reid for. And it's like, you have all of this stuff that can show you exactly what they did not do.
Right. That some of these things could be because at the hospital or in the ambulance, they'll cut their clothes to be able to like have better access to the person. They did clip his fingernails. That was in this report. Now I have so many windows open. I hate having windows open.
I'm just they found vomit on the boxers. Where do they test it? And then where is the like testing of that? Like I have here's the thing, you get one drop and it thinks of like 50 more questions now that pop in the head.
At the bottom of this doc. Okay.
But yeah, I think it was it Flamati, or I think it was Flamati that testified that they used shears to get all of the clothing. So like clothing shears. So that's why all
that makes sense. And also that that Hank wanted to claim happened from road rash or whatever. It clearly did not.
What could be more egregious? What?
I love that Alessi still had his gloves on for that. Like, what a cutie pie.
I know.
What was the report I just had open? Because that had information about the fingernails. There's too much stuff. Yeah, at the trial when they held up those shoes, they did not look dirty at neither of them did. Just say. Crime lab. Okay.
Oh no, not the puffer jacket. Don't even get me on that. Was it Flamati? Who was? Yeah, he was the first one that was called for trial 2. I remember I was like, I wonder how Hank Brennan's gonna take this new trial. What's he gonna do? And he called him at first. I'm like, no, that was not a good call, because he did such a big blunder for trial 1. Like, out of all of the first responders, it chose him.
He also made his whole like opening statement, like the hero of the universe, Anthony Flamati. That was him, right? Who he said like, was that who Hank was talking about? Was like, he got up early. His ambulance was pristine. Or was that Nuttall? Was that Flamati or Nuttall?
It was one of the FCFD. Dog next to me if you hear anything.
Oh, can we say hi?
I don't know.
What's your dog's name?
Bandit.
That's the dad's name in Bluey.
Oh my god! And I always put Blue on dogs. You want to come
Really?
Oh, yes.
We love Bluey.
It's too short. Maybe you can see him.
Hi. Hi, Bandit.
He's old. He's my old man.
How old is he?
He's like turning 11. He's old.
10. Yeah, Bandit is also Kyle Sharkey. Oh, here, fingernail clippings. Okay, what is this? Hold on. Let the life of a proctor defend. Fervent.
Stuck in your head.
This column says sample selected for analysis. And down here, it says right hand fingernail clippings, yes and yes. I don't know if we know what the analysis was. Or I don't.
So none of those other stains were okay. So only a few of them. So they just like picked and chose which one they wanted to test.
QLIM means DNA testing will not be available.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. You like pick and choose.
So there's not, that is QLIM. It was not, DNA testing was not available. I also don't know that it wasn't like he was like clawing. I feel like you see DNA under the fingernails of a victim, like in Sandra Birchmore's case, that could have yielded some result because it was like somebody fighting back against an attacker, not really what I imagine happened to John.
Right. Is Bandit the one who spilled your drink? No, Bandit did not cause coffee. That was my pit bull husky mix. That was Winifred. Fresh.
Jody Callahan said they were either both right or left shoes mislabeled that we saw on the stand when seeing the evidence. Neither had dirt on them.
Yeah, oh, that's right. Yeah, because they had mislabeled them, and then it was a whole thing. I remember that.
And then they blamed the jury. They were like, no, it was because the jury last year put the shoes back in the wrong bag.
And then why wouldn't you, as an investigator, check that out? You mean for a year you didn't look at this stuff? I don't believe
it. Also, in this picture of the shoes, are they backwards? This looks like this is the right shoe and this is the left shoe. Am I wrong about that?
You are correct, and that's only because I watch people's gait, how they walk for a living. So you would want to flip it because he was a supinator. He supinates. So that's why you can tell he walks like that a little bit. So you would want to flip flop.
So this is the left. So the left shoe is what we're seeing is dirty.
Yeah. So that makes sense because if it was found like that. But what doesn't make sense is all the other crud that's on the side of it. You know what I mean?
Like this part right here?
No, towards the front where his pinky toe would be. Yeah. Because it wasn't found like this. It was found like that on its side.
And was that the left shoe that was found that night?
I'm not sure.
We could go on a deep dive.
We could go on. God, we have chat too.
This is where I would then be pulling up who testified about the shoe, who's holding up the shoe.
Right. But also the pictures, especially of the boxers, like you couldn't have laid it out flat. Did you even try?
Right.
Because it looks like
And
there's a big stain right there, but it can also be a shadow.
is this a yeah. Well,
You know what
and
I'm
how come in
saying?
this document there's like 11 pictures of the boxers and only these 2 of the shoes? Oh no, there's more. Never mind. I take that back. I take that back. They did photograph them. Well, I just scrolled really fast because I was looking for the boxers. Okay.
You're like, must focus, must focus.
Those both look dirtier than what we saw in the stand.
Yeah, and I remember that's what I was thinking too when Yuri held up the shoes for second. I was like, oh, they do look cleaner than what they were photographed at.
Like so much. Hold on. This is not the same shoe. I'm about to turn into the glare. Hold on.
Oh Lord.
Oh my god.
Oh Lord. Here we go.
Somebody go get the glare back in here. Open article. Okay.
I can't. So if that okay, so if the top shoe is shit, now I'm confused. The top shoe. Hold on, let me turn to the side. Okay, it's EL, right? So is that the left? No, yeah, that's the left shoe. Okay, so the top shoe is the left shoe. Yes, because that was the one.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so hold on. Well, no, because is that the same side that had the broken pocket?
Trial channel says top shoe is left, so I believe that.
And then chat can confirm, is the left pocket the damaged pocket? Now we're
there he is. Okay, hold on. This is wild because this is so much cleaner than.
Because hold on. Yes. So here's my thought process. The damaged pocket of the jeans on the back is the same side that has the dirt and debris at what Corey said was the cuff of the rear of the jeans. So if it's all the same side, what happened on that side of the body that would cause the shoe to come off? Was he tripped? Was it from dragging? I'm just thinking out loud, you guys. You guys are now in my head. This is how I process information. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm processing. I'm processing out loud with you guys.
Claire, you want to come on and talk to us about the shoe? Because now I'm fully team shoe with you now. This is wild. Hold on. Because seriously, Claire, I'm sending you a link on Twitter to come explain the shoe to us. Hold on. I got a new keyboard because Carter broke my keyboard and I need a new one because this one doesn't have an escape button and I'm used to pressing that to like close windows.
Wait, what do you mean a keyboard does not have an escape button, ma'am?
It has something else and it just, I don't know, maybe I have to program it. I haven't had a minute to actually figure out how this works. But every time I press it, it does nothing.
This is so like,
I know this is should I do a fervent break while my brain is doing 100 other things since I'm just sitting here in silence? Do we want a fervent break and then we'll come back?
because my brain is going like a million miles a minute now. I'm like, is that possible?
Same.
Yeah, I hate when my brain does that because I go like flatlined.
Well, I can't message you on Twitter, so find me and I'll send you a link and then teach us about the shoe. Because it won't let me. Okay, I'm gonna put on one Fervent song, get my mind right, and then we're gonna come back. Here we go. And also feel free to say that you need to go do other things if you need to, and we can also just stop this rabbit hole. But I feel fully Alice in Wonderland at this point.
This is the shit that never ends. The music goes on, and it really is. It's like I said, you get one little thing, and it just leads you to fairy tales. Like,
yeah. Okay, we're gonna put on a Fervent break. I'm gonna pull. We're gonna get testimony to compare this. We're gonna find when they're holding up the shoe because that is not the same shoe. Claire,
it's 5 o'clock. I want to go grab some water.
Go, do it.
Let's do it.
Do it. Okay, Fervent break, and then we're back.
McAlbert third party. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. We got you right where we want you. We're gonna threaten you with defamation lawsuits. Got Al and Damon shaking in their boots. They scared they bit off more than they can chew. Hold on, wait a minute, what does that say? 23 pages in and I'm only halfway. How the hell did they call our bluff? We thought our empty threats would scare them off. Now they're out here calling us the House defendants. How the hell do we even contest this? Guess Karen really wants her vengeance. Oh shit. Now we're known as the House Defendants. House Defendants. We the House Defendants. It's not pleasant to be a House Defendant. Iggy getting tipsy off that Jameson and ginger. Never thought that I would be a penny pincher. This weed whacker got me down to my last dollar. I still think she wants this decorated dude. I should call her. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. Now they're out here calling us the House Defendants. How the hell do we even contest this? Guess Karen really wants her vengeance. Oh shit. Now we're known as the House Defendants. House Defendants. We the House Defendants. House Defendants. We are House Defendants.
I put you on a pretty list. I'm gonna make you pay for this. Yeah, your AJ's dangerous. Ooh, oh baby, I was born for this.
Yeah, I brought the West Coast to Dedham. Nobody is safe from my verbal venom. Put a witness on the stand and watch me shred 'em. Have 'em praying for peace, like they named John Lennon. A lawyer to match me? Well, I ain't met 'em. Don't believe me? Just ask Hank Brennan. Free can't read, and that was just the beginning. I'm never tired of winning. Got these middle-aged women waiting up to go swimming. Let's swim. I don't get nervous. I make people nervous. I don't get nervous. I make people nervous. I put you on a ready list. I'm gonna make you pay for this. Oh, and AJ's dangerous. Ooh, KG, the real big threes, you Nettie, Bob, and me. Gonna come with the C, don't try me. You should know by now, I always come with receipts. I'm out here penning letters like my name better roll. You got problems, Cox, and I think they're federal. Attorney Corey Hopkins, sure let him know. This ain't an episode, this a whole damn show. I don't get nervous, I make people nervous. I don't get nervous, I make people nervous. Ajax out here eliminating all you greasy motherfuckers. Ha ha ha. I'll put you on the Brady list. I'm gonna make you pay for this. Oh, yeah, AJ's dangerous. Ooh, I'll put you on the Brady list. Oh.
I'm not ready. Don't have anything.
I can distract you with the pretty picture.
Oh, I love that picture.
That's so
that's
cute.
awesome.
They were actually fun little tidbit. They were handing these out verdict day trial too. And I just so happened to grab one, and I was like, oh, what can I do with this? And I was like, oh, that'd be cute as a background somewhere.
It's really cute. I feel like that would be a really cool, like, full poster.
Yeah. I forget who made it too. That might have been an Obach creation, I think.
I like that.
Right.
Very
and I
cool.
also I'm a big Wicked fan for any of you who don't know. I got a Glinda.
That's
Rubber
so
duck. And
No,
I
wait.
got-
About your stuff while I find these.
and an Elphaba. I'm going through all of my Easter eggs that I've got.
You're like a little kid at a play date. Like, let me show you all my trinkets. What else is back there?
I really am just a big kid. I'm just a kid at heart. I think that's the reason why kids like me so much, or at least like toddlers. But yeah, I was like, I don't want regular rubber ducks. So what could I do? I was like, oh, I've got Glinda and Elphaba from Wicked rubber ducks instead. They're cute. I found them at the Dollar Tree or like Five Below, one of those stores. But yeah. I love the tour of BB's background. I know. It's like, do you see the Dorchester tank? I've got a little mini, what's that called? Like a little Beanie Baby. Charlie. What's Charlie? Trinkets rule, but I need to not.
This is Charlie.
Oh, God, that's adorable. Wait,
and
where-
Proud Channel and Fervent now have the same ones. It's our little
where did
gang.
you get it?
Shein, but they also have them on Amazon.
Oh yeah, because I was going to say, like Five Below had a big disco ball theme at one point, so they had everything disco ball. Kyle, do I have any baby goats? No, but I need. If you're asking if
Okay.
I'm going to get a goat eventually too. I want goats.
I love that. Okay, here's little baby Keefy. Is this? Oh no, hold on. Stop sharing. Was Keef when the shoe happened? Now I feel like my brain doesn't. I wasn't ready to go down the shoe rabbit hole.
Start singing. Popular. Popular.
Okay, is this the shoe?
Side of the bag.
Yes.
Why do you do that?
To memorialize the date time when the evidence was collected.
Could you open the bag and show us what's in it?
Yes, sir.
I love this. They just take forever to open up the packages or the evidence is like. You could also tell he was nervous.
Sorry.
The court reporter. Oh my God, don't even say karaoke night. I'm there. I'm down. 1000%. Tell me when and where. It's his first day with scissors.
With the court's permission, can he show the items?
Yes. Why are you so clean?
Trooper, is that the same item that you found that night?
Yes, sir.
If you could place it back in the bag.
I forgot he hit the microphone like
Twice. Both ways. Okay. Both directions.
Trooper, is that the same item that you found that night?
Yes, sir.
If you could place it back in the bag. I'd ask for this to be marked as an exhibit.
All right, any objections, Tina?
Okay, wait. And then the next day was when Yuri shows us the same shoe, right? This is
Derek, mic check.
this was the same shoe that Keith just showed us, correct?
That was at the hospital when you.
A mess.
Trooper, is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, so this is the sneaker from 34 Fervent.
Could I have that marked?
and Brennan's just like, okay. Like,
What is that, a left or a right sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me, this is the right sneaker from.
Get back.
From 34 Ferry Road campus.
Also, like Child Channel, the shoe is supposed to be from the hospital, not 34 Fairview. So wait, that is what they're okay. It is the wait. So this is.
So he's supposed to be showing the shoe that was from the hospital because Keith was there for the other shoe found at 34 Fairview at the search.
And so this is the one that actually was at.
Wait, hold on. No. So
this is what I was just gonna.
Yeah. So the dirtier shoe should have been Keith's. Oh, good Lord. See, this is why we're all like miscombobulated because like they're confusing us on purpose. This has got to be on purpose. They can't be this incompetent. They really.
Wait, okay. I have this. Okay. What shoe is, what foot is this one? Hold on.
Like,
oh my gosh.
But this is okay. Just going back to the civil cases, this is exactly all Karen has to show. Like, they couldn't even get their shit together for the second trial. You want to talk about having mess ups in the first trial? Cool. That shouldn't be a thing either, but cool. The second trial, you all should have this shit down packed. And you can't even fucking figure out his shoes. Are we in the twilight zone? Like, this is what I mean. Like, this case just gives me fucking nightmares.
This is a right shoe. Wait.
No, this is the left shoe.
This is the left shoe.
That's the left shoe.
And then, okay, I'm trying to put them all in one place so we can just see them all at once.
It is, yeah, it's the left. Yeah.
So that is a left shoe.
You can tell. So the reason why I know this is because of the way that John was walking and he was supinating.
Mhm.
So he has like an extra. Wish I had shoes near me, but it's like the side of the shoes, the outer side of the shoes, almost look fatter or stretched out because that's the way his walking pattern was.
So then this, okay, so this is after the break now. Hold on. We're gonna get there eventually.
By the way,
This,
I hate that I do this about myself, and I hate that I am like, call me educated, whatever, on the way that people walk. It's literally is a part of my career. So it's
we
like,
love this about you.
no,
We need this.
no. Try being in a crowd of people and being like, oh, I could help them and
I do.
this.
And
I have no escape button. I have no way to get out of what I just did, and now it's full screen, and there's no way I'll get out. I'm just trapped behind the screen.
You and me need to hang out some more because I feel like I'm rubbing
could you open that bag and show that right sneaker to the jury?
Just this
Yes, sir.
man. Okay, this is the right sneaker now. Hold, please. Okay.
What the fuck happened to the dirt? Oh my God.
Is that the sneaker you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
It is.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
Okay, any objections?
So now they're saying right was at the hospital. Right, they
Right.
retrieved from
Yes.
from the hospital, and that's what he's holding right there.
Yes.
Okay. So
Show us the bottom.
Objections, Mr. Jackson?
It is.
Is that the sneaker you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
It is.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
Okay, any objections, Mr. Jackson?
Clear on it.
All right, thank you.
Trooper Buchanan, there are two more items. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Buchanan, there are two more items that you retrieved of John O'Keefe's clothing from the Good Samaritan Hospital. Did you bring those two items with you?
Yes, sir.
Are those two of the items that you laid out on butcher paper to dry?
Yes, they are.
Were they ultimately bagged and put into evidence?
Yes, they were.
And did you bring Mr. O'Keefe's T-shirt?
Yeah.
Paper,
okay.
please.
Okay, any objections, Mr. Jackson?
Clear on it.
All right.
So I'm going back now to the first
This is
shoe.
the left.
Trooper, is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, so this is the sneaker from 34 Fervent.
Can I have that marked? What is that, a left or a right sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me, this is the right sneaker from 34 Ferry Road. Yes, Your Honor.
Sure. If you could put the speaker back in the bag and let Mr. Vernon bring the gun over, please.
So when we left, we were discussing Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker that you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital.
Yes, sir.
Would that be his right sneaker?
It would be his right sneaker.
Do you have that sneaker with you today?
I do.
And again, could you open that bag and show that right sneaker to the jury?
Yes, sir.
They're saying right is hospital. Left is Fervent.
Is that the sneaker you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
It is.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
Okay, any objections, Mr. Jackson?
Clear on it.
All right, thank you.
Trooper Buchanan, there are two more items.
So then where's any of that dirt? I have not seen any of that dirt.
So when he put in the sneaker back in, I did see briefly the first shoe that he showed did have dirt on it, but the side of it doesn't have the same matching dirt. Now, could you argue the debris and dirt can fall off during times? Yeah, but it's still had some staining dirt pattern on it that would still be there. Maybe we're not seeing it because, I don't know, the camera quality sucks. And this has nothing to do with the trial channel, by the way. That's absolutely the court feed, not the trial channel, FYI.
Okay, wait, this is the right. Now I'm so confused. This is right. This is left. This is left.
He's right, left, right, left. This is... Now chat just wants to see Alessi. What? Be more.
Like, what is going on?
Agreed, Derek. Stains don't disappear. Exactly. That's what I mean. So like the thicker dirt can fall off, but the pattern of the dirt would still be on there. We're going back to patterns again. You know what I mean, it always goes back to patterns when it comes to crime stuff.
This is gonna actually hurt my brain.
And this is what they want.
So then the left shoe is the one that Connor Keefe held up, which is the one that was supposed to be from Fairview.
Yeah, Fairview was left.
Okay. Hold on.
Oh my God.
Okay. I'm trying to, okay, just to show you what I'm doing so you guys don't think I'm just doing nothing. I'm trying to put them all into like one so we can just zoom in and see all of them together. I sent Claire a link. But Zach says the Bill of Rights does not apply to left shoes. I get it. Good one.
I don't know if the Bill of Rights exists at all anymore in this case. But I get what you did there. Rights, left. I get it. I get the dad joke. I get it.
Okay. Back. Oh no. Back to this one.
Could you open that tape?
Does he read the label to us?
I'm going to move this piece of evidence, item into evidence.
Okay.
Let me ask you a few questions before you open it. Could you stand and show that bag? There's red tape on it. What's that for?
To secure the bag closed.
If the bag is open, is it then retaped?
Yes.
Do you write on the outside of the bag?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
To memorialize the date, time when the evidence was collected.
Could you open the bag and show us what's in it?
Yes, sir.
I know. Now I'm curious what the first child shoes look like. We can't public records request Berkey or Rafferty's phone because it was their personal phones. It's already been requested before and they denied it. I actually think several people tried to get it. It was denied multiple times. But you can get their emails, which I believe is in the works. Okay.
With the court permission, can he show the item?
Yes.
Okay.
It's funny.
Is that the same item that you found that night?
Yes, sir.
If you could place it back in the bag, I'd ask this to be marked as an exhibit.
All right, any objections, Team Eddie?
There is no objection.
Oh, we have an expert here now. Thank God you're here.
Don't do that yet. Don't do that yet. Because listen, I'm no expert. That's kind of the point here. Because I don't think it takes an expert to see that those are different shoes. Those are not the same shoe. They've never been the same shoe. Listen, the Glare Institute of Law and stuff is prestigious, okay? I don't understand why people don't get this yet. All right? We had this figured out. We had this all worked out. Me, the whiteboard, a few imaginary experts next to me. We had it figured out, okay? Now, the fact of the matter is you hold one shoe up next to that other shoe, at least pictures, I'm saying. One's got a black sole, one's got a white sole. The other one, people are saying, oh, well, it's just the shadow. And I said, no, it's not the shadow, because shadows don't work like that, bro. Look at it. Look at it. All you have to do is look at it. It is a different shoe.
Okay, wait. So now I think there's two. This is where I kind of like fell off from the like shoe timeline, because so you're saying there was the shoe that was photographed at the scene is different than the shoe that they have in evidence, which is also different than the shoe that they show at the trial. Is that?
I'm saying the shoe that he held up in trial, the one that you just showed, the clip you just showed, where he said no. He said, "Is this the shoe from the hospital?" He said, "No, it's the shoe from 34 Fairview." All confident and stuff, right? And it's got a clearly white sole on the bottom. Dude, I lost it when I was streaming that live. I lost it. I was like, "What?" And like, apparently I was the only one. But I'm like, dude, that is not the same shoe, because they had just shown a picture of the shoe at 34 Fairview and it had a black sole. And I was like, the jury has to catch this, right? And I was, man, listen, I'm gonna say something here, because I don't really, I mean, chances are I'm probably not gonna be talking to Alan Jackson anytime soon. But this happened. This is a true story. This happened. I was attending one of the hearings, one of the trial hearings, and it was lunchtime, and a bunch of us were at David Unetti's office, and we were having lunch at David Unetti's office, and it was me, of course, Karen, Kelly, the whole team, everybody, right? And they went to there was the team who went and had like a private conference or whatever, while the rest of us just kind of sat around and had our lunch. Once they finished, I came into the room, and I was just kind of, obviously when you're in that situation, you want to be a fly on the wall, more or less, but I was like, I saw an opportunity. Okay. Saw an opportunity. And I was like, the shoe. And they were like, what about the shoe? Right. And I'm like, and then of course, and Annie was there, right? Annie 10 to life. She was like, oh my God. Right. She rolls her eyes because I'm the only one talking about the shoe. Right. And I'm like, the shoe. I was like, what about the shoe? And Annie goes, oh my God, dude. And like, cause I'm always embarrassing Annie. And so like, so then, Karen was like, look, I get it, but I don't think, I think it's the same shoe. I don't think it's, and AJ was like, nope, I agree with you. It's totally not the same shoe. Totally not the same shoe. I agree with you. Like, dude, come on, dude. Shadows don't work like that, bro. Look, there's snow covering the shadow. What, snow is impervious to shadows? You're telling me snow is impervious to shadows? Like, give me a break, dude. That is not a lighting thing. That is a black sole on that shoe with a completely different pattern. You can actually see around the, go to like the one with the black sole, the one with clearly the black sole. You could tell there's kind of a circular pattern going around on the top part of the shoe, and that the snow is kind of stuck to going around that pattern. There's no little square peg patterns on that black soled shoe, only on the white shoe. And then it's just people going, nah, it's the same shoe. Dude, no way. And then I felt so gaslit because I'm like, dude, I am not blind. I can see, dude. I know what a light source looks like. I'm telling you, dude, that is not the same shoe, dude. Look, you can see the snow gathering in the pattern. That's practically a brand new Nike laying in the snow. That's barely had any. This one is kind of worn down on the right. The white soled ones are kind of worn down, but the one on the left, the far left, the one laying in the snow, that clearly has snow all over the bottom, all over the black soled shoe, dude. Clearly. Like, it doesn't take an expert. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just takes eyes, and to not allow yourself to be gaslit by insanity.
Okay, so then I have a question for you. What is the point? Like, why? I don't think you're wrong. I just like, why?
I remember I was even telling Alan Jackson, I was like, I listen, I don't really care that much about the shoe. Like, it's kind of like a shtick that I do with my show. You know what I mean? Whatever. He's like, no, but it's you're right. I'm like, yeah, I know. And then he's like, and then I was like, yeah, because it really doesn't matter because Gallagher didn't even find it in the snow in the first place. So it doesn't matter.
Right.
Like, that's what actually matters is the fact that it wasn't even there. Like, how do you miss that? Right. And so AJ, I'll never forget it. I was like, yeah, Gallagher missed it. So, and he was like, yeah, Gallagher, he's a good cop. And we all just laughed. We just laughed as Alan Jackson sarcastically called Gallagher a good cop. It's just really funny.
Really good cop.
But yeah, that was it. Like, we just chalked it down to the fact that Gallagher sucks, you know, but that was it. Like, I mean, clearly that's the same that's not the same shoe. Excuse me.
Why?
Yeah, I mean,
like, what is the point?
That's the thing. It's a hard thing to like think about it. I mean, I'm sitting here and I'm raving on and on about this shoe, but I have no motive as to why they would switch the shoe. I can't even come up with a theory as to why the shoe would be different. You know, like, did they in a panic find a black Nike and we're like, let's just throw that in there until, you know, we work this out? I don't know. But all I know is that's not the same shoe.
You know what's also just absolutely bananas is we're supposed to believe that now the CERT team is out there and there's like 3 feet of snow or whatever, 2 feet of snow, and they just happened to dig in this one little tiny spot, like 1 foot by 1 foot, and that's where the shoe was. Because look, there's no other, they didn't shovel anywhere else, and it just happened. Oh my gosh, the shoe, it's right here.
Yeah. Like, I mean, there was hardly any snow on the ground in the morning at 6 a.m. yet. You know, like, if you look at pictures of the pictures taken from the driveway of the lawn, you can actually see where the driveway ends and the lawn begins, right? Not if you're looking at the front of the house. Like, if you're in the driveway, you're looking off to the side, right? So you can actually see how high the snow is on, you know what I mean, in certain pictures. And you're like, there's no way. Like, why would they miss this shoe? It makes no sense. Why wouldn't they find taillight there? Why wouldn't they, you know what I mean?
Have you seen my video when I was out for a walk at that time?
No.
Okay, so this is like the wild Boozy. Have you seen this? This is like the wildest thing. I live 10 minutes from 34 Fairview. I just happened to go out for a walk that morning and take a video of my feet walking in the snow and put a timestamp on it and put it on Instagram. No idea why. Apparently it's like not a thing I normally do. And you can see, here we go. That's how much snow there was.
Yeah.
Yeah, enough to track a cat.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not even. Wow.
It wouldn't have covered the shoe because even what Lucky said, he only did the center of the street, so there wasn't even snow piles over there later. So like,
And then the idiots will say that like it's because it was in the road and Lucky plowed the street or whatever, but he didn't. So no.
Yeah.
Try again.
Sorry, my child just got home.
I'm sorry. I
Can I
think
hear
I
a little
interrupted you, Boozy. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Boozy.
you can
Sorry about
interrupt
that.
me. It's fine. I don't know.
Nice,
I don't,
nice to meet you, by the way. I haven't met you yet.
too. Yeah, no. Here, you actually like because I've spoken to Lucky many times. It's like no, he's like I only did the center. I didn't plow over there, and then when I went to go plow over there was vehicles. So like I didn't plow over there.
Right. It's a little hard to plow that side when there's a Ford Edge. You know, I mean,
Literally though, literally.
right.
Even then later on though, there was still cruisers and then Kerrys and then all the other vehicles. He couldn't even go down the road. So it's like he never plowed over there.
No.
That's the whole point. So yeah. No.
Wait, I wanted to show you this one. Okay. Right. That's 6:42.
When did you first receive that call?
Sergeant Mechanic called me at approximately 6:48 that Saturday morning, advised that Canton PD had a male party that was discovered in the snow.
It's that you and Sergeant Mechanic arrived at the Canton Police Department.
It was approximately 10 a.m. that morning.
And so, Trooper Proctor, if I could ask you, whereabouts were you at about 8:22 in the morning?
Home.
Had you shoveled out of your driveway at that time?
Not yet.
Had you cleaned off your car at that time?
No.
So you arrived at the Canton Police Station about 10 a.m. or so.
I can't stand
Everything
that.
was a lie.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's why he's just a couch farter now. He's not doing anything. Just sitting there doing nothing because he sucks.
Yeah, I don't think people realize how close Proctor lived to Canton PD and just how close he was to 34 Fairview. Like he's right around the corner. He's right there.
And how long did he say that? How long did he say that he took?
He got the call at 6:48 and got to Canton PD at 10:30. So
okay,
he could have walked there and back and there and back and there and back and there and back and there and back 25 times, or he could have just driven his car out of the driveway because it wasn't even snow yet that he needed to clean off his car.
Or he was just, I mean, I never thought too much into that just because I figured maybe he was just hung over and just procrastinated to get there.
Well, he was hungover.
I mean,
because he wasn't
we know
on
he
call.
was.
He wasn't on the schedule, so he thought he had the day off.
That's right. He was not on call, even though he said he was. But no, he was not. Turned out he wasn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. And when was John pronounced at like 8 a.m.?
A little before that, right?
Yeah.
Like
so
7 something.
So then I can understand wanting to go to Canton PD for like a meeting spot, especially now knowing that he had that relationship with like Sean Good and Berkey. But like to not then go to the scene, to me, like, you know what I mean? Like he should have been at Canton PD around 8 a.m. and then they would have went to 34 Fairview and then the hospital, or like split somehow.
But he had to go to Jenny's house. Duh.
No, that wasn't until like 11.
Right.
It was closer to noon.
He went to Jen's at 11:30. That one I know.
Right. I mean, common sense pretty much kind of dictates, like, if you're going to speculate, like, most likely, considering all of the facts that we know, they were trying to pull strings to make sure he was the one that was going to be on the case. You know, it takes a couple hours to do that. You know, contact the right people, move a few things around, and get him out there to make it seem legit. And I'm sure that was him that was doing that, because I'm guessing that a call went from somebody from 34 Fairview to Michael Proctor saying, hey, this is going on and we need your help.
Interesting.
Well, we also don't know who Good called at the scene too, because he's never testified to that. He was on the so it wasn't Lang. On top of the phone call we already know he did. The two of them had phone conversations that we don't know who they spoke to. At 34 Fairview, on their dash cams, like you can see them.
Hold on, I gotta go take care of my kid. You guys chit chat for a second.
I thought I heard a baby.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's like I was telling Emily earlier. You find out one thing and it leads down to a whole rabbit hole of like 20 more questions that are going to be never answered.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing. Like that's why I joke about the shoe as much as I do, is because I don't think we'll ever really know why they're different shoes. I just know for a fact that those are two different shoes because I have basic, vision. I mean, dude, like that was my whole thing. It's just like, how is nobody seeing this? Like, that is not the same shoe. Clearly not the same shoe.
That's like me and John O'Keefe's hand. I'm like, he has no damage to his hand. What don't you people understand about this? but he was clipped. No, motherfuckers. He still got a direct hit to the hand. I don't care what you want to call it.
No, this is all like, and it's so hilarious that they just keep trying. I mean, these recent lawsuits, what do they think is going to happen with that? Like this is just going to it's going to be more problems for them. Like, how do they like getting deposed 100 times? Because that's what's going to happen. Like, how many different cases now, how many different lawsuits where they are likely going to be deposed, if not definitely going to be deposed?
Well, and that's the thing too. The reason why they moved to federal court, they said it was for the media, but then they go ahead and file their own. So it's like, I think that was just a bullshit. They're just trying to kill time because they didn't have the funds yet for the attorney that they hired from Sandy Hook, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
So yeah, I know they say they don't want these conjoined, but if they were to actually have all these lawsuits intersected and they did make it like one huge case, that would be one deposition. Why wouldn't you want one deposition versus now they're going to have 3 to 4?
Right.
Doesn't make sense.
That's exactly my point. I mean, and in every recorded, and I don't mean like audio recorded, but necessarily, I just mean in anything that's been memorialized in a legal document or where they're under sworn statement, whatever. Every story each one of them tells is different. So now they're going to put themselves in a position to tell different stories, more different stories. I mean, it's great. I'm all for it. Right on, but I mean, I'm not all for Karen and Turtle Boy getting sued, but I'm all for the opportunity to see them try to keep up with all their lies that much more.
Yeah.
They say the same thing about Karen, but it's like Karen just said, oh, maybe he did go in the house, maybe he didn't go in the house. Like, okay, well, let's find out. Let's test the DNA on his pants and see if he went in the house or not.
Yeah.
And then we don't need her deposition of saying yes or no because we'll have proof. Sorry, Boozy, what were you going to say?
Well, it's just like, they have to stick to the evidence and story that they have. They only benefit from us not having any civil cases. That is where they benefit when we don't know anything else. That's the story. That's it. But now you have all these cases where guess what? When things weren't allowed in Canoni's court, Gilday is going to allow them, as we're seeing right now. Like Gilday is forcing that O'Keefe lawsuit forward. So it's like we are going to benefit from finding out more things because that's only going to have more questions and more things that we didn't get to see. Now we're going to see. It's not going to go well for them. period, in any aspect of this case, they're fucked. They really are. In whichever, if this is not a threat, by the way, that's just my opinion.
It's like so funny now we have to say that after every allegedly, apparently, supposedly, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's not a threat. What am I gonna do? Rubber duck? You know what I mean? Like,
I don't
they chose
think
this for themselves. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, I'm just going to piggyback off of Boozy Beauty's point is, you know, after the trial, they could have just tried to hope that it goes away, you know, that would have been it, you know, but now it's like, there's going to be all of these different points, all these different things, these opportunities for the truth to come out. And we would have been stuck sitting here wondering, like, oh my God, will John O'Keefe ever get justice? Unless the feds somehow have something, we can hope. But if they don't have anything, you know, poor John, he'll never get justice. But now they are providing us with an opportunity to get John justice.
Yeah.
I can't wrap my head around even if they are 100% innocent and this is all we're all wrong and they're exactly right. They're now choosing to like keep their name in the public narrative and to keep people speculating about this so that when their kids go off to college and they say, oh, my last name is McCabe and I'm from Canton, and people say, I know that name from Canton. Like, even if they're completely innocent, they're choosing to keep their name out there so that people keep doing this. And it's the thing that they're complaining about, that they don't want anybody speculating about it or talking about it. It's like, you didn't have to you chose this.
And there's no story that makes them look like just a bunch of innocent suburban people. That's not, there's no news version like that's out there that's like, oh, you poor people. Like, even when you watch, like, when Proctor did an interview with the news, all the public did was tear that apart. When the McAlberts all sat there together doing it, it just made them look like they were in on it together. Like, nobody, it would have looked better if everybody was just like, look, man, I hang out with these people and they're my family and everything, but we don't, you know, I'm living my life, he's living his. My wife has her people that she spends time with, and we're just trying to live our lives. Nobody did that. They all sat there in solidarity, like, well, this is just horrible what's happening to all of us. Right?
Yeah. Right, Brian?
Yeah.
Right, Brian?
Yeah.
Was that my line, Brian?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So, like, they don't even realize that they look worse each time in every public appearance. And now, with all of this being so public, all of these lawsuits are going to be very, very public. May not be able to stream the federal stuff, but, you know, won't matter. Sure. Right.
It's open to the public just because you can't stream it.
There's going to be live tweeting taking place and all kinds of stuff, and people will not even care that you can't stream it. You don't think Melanie Little's going to sit up there and just refresh Twitter and refresh? You know what I mean? Like, It's going to happen, you know, like we're going to be completely and totally engaged because we want justice for John O'Keefe. That's what's happening here.
I wonder if Higgins was mad about that, because Higgins did the best job of all of them trying to disappear and stay out of the public narrative and not show his face places. And then suddenly he's wrapped up in this lawsuit. Like, you guys, I was like, people forgot about me for a second.
I mean, truly filing this new lawsuit, especially bringing in now Aiden into it, some people like us were following the original civil case, and then we were interested in the federal case. But what this is bringing now, now they are suing Karen and Turtle. That just put you got TMZ back again. You got all this mainstream media that's now blowing it up, and it's like, It's the Streisand effect. I guess we could call it the Afro Man.
The Afro Man effect.
Right. And they're so desperate to shut Yeah, they're so desperate to shut Turtle Boy up. Turtle Boy barely for the last, since the verdict there hasn't been many developments in the case. So mostly the stuff is the stuff involving him, and he's just been like, whatever, talking about that. And now they bring him into a lawsuit, which just puts every single time something like this happens, what does Aiden do? Aiden goes, all right, let's go. Because you know what I mean? Like now it's
Actually, he
okay.
says a dirtier version of "Let's go."
I know. Yeah, I was trying to be. Yeah. Like I try to. When I'm at somebody else's house, I try to take my shoes off before I come in the house. But yeah, he's not. I'm sure he doesn't enjoy being sued, but at the same time, he understands that in the grand scheme of things, this is going to be good for him. You know, it's going to be better for him had he than if they had just moved on and he had just kind of covered it, as it was happening. But now they made him part of it. So now he's going to be synonymous. He was already, as far as I was concerned, he was already synonymous with the Karen Reed case in his own way. But now they're co-defendants. So now you just stuck their names in the public together on a court document and a lawsuit. You know what I mean? Like, it's wild. Like, these people, unless I'm missing some grand strategy here, I'm seeing some booger sugar influenced behavior.
Too. Bailey has a good point when she says they're trying to scare other content creators. I do think that's part of their tactic too, is to say like, see, we can sue and we're going to sue and like, you're next. How many times are we all going to be tagged in the same posts? Like, watch what you're saying. We're watching you. We have files on you. It's like, okay, so now you're admitting you're stalking me. And now everything. Guess what? If you do sue me, motherfuckers, you're dragging yourself into it because you're admitting that you're watching me and I'm going to drag you into it. Do it. I'm like Alan Jackson. Just do it. Just do it.
Right.
Non-Nike shoe, as Will said.
Yeah. And do it to all like 4,000 people on the internet that have said the exact same thing that any of us are saying every day.
Well, right. And the only thing we're doing is talking about the things you did. We didn't do these things. We didn't lie. We're not making this stuff up. We're going over your statements. We're going over your sworn testimony. We're going over evidence. We're going over phone data. We're going over all this stuff. Like, is it not plausible for me to think that you're all a bunch of dirty pieces of shit? Come on. Like, give me a break.
You are allowed to make that single opinion.
You might be innocent, but it sucks if you are, but it looks real bad.
If any of them can explain to me how Jen was looking at the car at 12:40 and 12:45 when she texted John when Karen was already back at his house, if they can clear that up for me, I will shut up forever. Like, I will go away.
Her step data doesn't say that. Her heart rate and her step data does not say that. So that's what I mean. You said you did it. Then fucking prove it. How do you take one step from where you were sitting to the door? Because that's at least 5 or 6. That's what I mean. It drives me.
Yeah, clear that up and then we'll go away. Like, all we're doing is saying, like, you testified this thing in open court in public in something that like my tax dollars are wasted on instead of fixing the pothole at the end of my street. And I'm just curious how that makes sense. Like, I'm curious why you needed to spend $1 million of my tax dollars to get Hank Brennan to lose worse than Adam Lally did. Just curious.
Right. Like, I mean, he lost spectacularly too. He was, man, that was like an L in neon. It was horrible. Like, that dude, I mean, and mostly because he's so high profile and everything. But I mean, and everyone talked about him like these people on Twitter talked about him like he was just the greatest thing, like he was Jesus' return. You know, it was wild, and he just completely and totally failed in every aspect.
He succeeded in giving me a ton of entertainment.
And
Truly,
you
I
don't-
have like a soft spot in my heart for Hank now. I really became him.
Well, and then you're gonna hire the guy who sounds the most like a weasel to do the most weasel shit in an American courtroom, you know, sit there and are you aware, sir, that the like that's
You
it
just
doesn't
sit
come
there
off
and
good,
eat your ham sandwich.
right?
When
And
you
you had
were
you had a ham sandwich.
When you were eating your ham sandwich, did you laugh?
And you were standing at the doorway when you were eating a ham sandwich.
He was there just to be, you know, a very
How much
expensive.
mayonnaise?
He was a defense attorney for the Commonwealth. It's like,
Right. That's how he came off to begin with. It's like this guy defended Whitey Bulger. So they're going to hire him as a special prosecutor to prosecute a woman who the world is saying is innocent. That's a real good look. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
That I never understood that when people were talking about defending Whitey Bulger, like we're supposed to be like, oh, he defended Whitey Bulger. That's nice. Like we like him. What? We're supposed
no.
I thought we don't like Whitey Bulger. What, didn't he terrorize the neighborhoods in Boston for generations?
Didn't he murder people for generations with
Yeah.
impunity,
And
with
like-
federal impunity? Like, stop it.
Yeah.
I'm like fully on the, you know, I get it. Everyone deserves a defense and criminal and I get it, because we could also say that about, you know, Weinstein and Alan Jackson. But like that's not something to boast about, you know, like, oh, I was the second, and he wasn't even the main attorney. He was the second in charge of Whitey Bulger. You know what I mean? He wasn't the first one. So you couldn't even get the first guy. You got the second.
Jay Carney was like, no, thank you. I'm done with that.
No one would touch it with the 10-foot pole. He really was like, okay, we really got to pay this guy. That's why he got $500,000 for this.
This is a good point too. Whitey Bulger was convicted.
He got 2
Right. Let's not forget that.
Alan Jackson at least got Kevin Spacey off. So if we're
Right.
Yeah.
I'm
oh man.
I'm just flabbergasted at this whole thing. I mean, people are like, why is that so interesting? I'm like, you just have to follow it. There's I can't begin at this point, it's too much to start to explain to somebody. Like I won't even, you know, oh, what have you been following? Oh, the Karen Reed thing. Oh, yeah, isn't that the woman who hit the cop with the car? No, but yeah. I know that's I don't have the patience for it now at this point. Like at one point I was so excited about it and there was less information, but there's just more and more stuff that comes out now. And it's like I don't even know where to start, you know?
I know.
Well, she didn't do it. That's where you start, Will.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
In the wise words of Dr. La Posada.
That's what I mean. Isn't that the lady who hit her boyfriend cop? No, but yeah, that's the case. But no, she didn't do it. What? Oh, she didn't do it. Oh my God, what do you mean? How do you? Okay.
Yeah. Here we go. How much time do you have?
Right. It's a lot, man. It's a lot.
No, I just
Oh,
hear a lot.
man.
It's always like people are like, okay, so the Google search. I know about the Google search. I'm like, see, this is what I mean. Jen's reputation is stained because of her own actions, and it has nothing to do with the rest of us. Like what Jen did and how she testified in 2 trials and what she said, it's all on her.
And if it is true about the way that they defended her 227 to say like, oh, that's when she opened the tab, but that's not actually when she made the search, then every single person right now should open up your browser, whatever you use, Safari, Chrome, whatever it is,
open a tab right now, and that will be your crime tab. And if you ever need to commit a crime and you ever need to search for something, you should search it on that crime tab, because if you open it right now, but you search it later, it won't show up in the later search. So everybody right now, take out your phone, open a crime tab, and it's just in case. And I don't understand why her Celebrate search is the only one. Like, why didn't Brian Walsh just say, like, oh yeah, I opened that tab months ago. It just
right. And speaking of Greg Connor, remember how he did not call Michael Proctor for the Brian Walsh case, and Proctor was the lead investigator, as Connor Keefe testified to in that trial. So that's another thing.
I remember immediately, like the second I remember the moment that I realized that I decided Proctor was dirty and not just incompetent.
What was
and
that moment?
was when I read the Brian Walsh warrant application. When I read that, I was like, oh, this guy, look at it. He crossed every T and dotted every I. This is what you do. You know what I mean? Like, nothing. There was no, the contrast between the effort put into the investigation into John O'Keefe versus Anna Walsh is wild. It's wild. And I remember reading that and just being like, dude, this guy, he totally knows what he's doing. He knows how to be a cop. So it's not like he's stupid. This guy's dirty.
They actually almost screwed the pooch on that one too, because they went outside the search warrant and followed all of his location data. And had Judge Frenier not been like, whoa, like, you guys are really actually bad at your job, but this guy seems like a really bad dude, so I'm going to keep him locked up anyways, even though you violated his civil liberties. They almost lost that too.
And that just sounds like, that sounds along with, getting drunk with Kevin Albert and, stuff like that. It sounds a lot, you know what I mean? Just that kind of incompetence that takes place. Like, there's lazy and then there's, screwing up something. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
With Karen Reed, the investigation into her, it was just everything seemed to be conveniently done half-assed so that it railroaded her, but the problem is you look at it and you go, well, dude, why didn't you left the evidence sitting there on paper? You know what I mean? For how long? You didn't, you waited how long to log it into evidence? That makes no sense. There's no discipline in chain of custody habits from anybody in that, in that investigation. It was wild. I never seen anything like that.
No, the socks weren't even sent until May 2023. May next year after the fucking socks,
and
man.
What is the whole thing with the socks? Because that's everyone's on the socks now.
Yeah. I'm still on the shoe.
You need outerwear before you get into the.
Because the socks were there and then the socks were not there. They're on the
he was photographed with the socks and then one sock off with a half a sock, and then they weren't logged into evidence, and then we just got a paperwork and whatever drop that we just got that it wasn't put in until May 23, and it also included a drawstring from his clothes too. And I was like, what drawstring? I think the only thing would be like the hoodie, but that was included with the socks.
The hoodie.
Second, you know how hard it is to put a drawstring back into a shirt when it comes out in the wash and you're like, oh no, I liked that drawstring. They put it back.
Oh yeah, R.I.P. drawstring. That's it. Yeah,
they took it out and then put it back.
How did it come out in the first place? Because they cut down the center. So if it's around the hood, they didn't cut the hood. I don't know. It just what I mean. You learn one thing, it's 20 more questions. I don't know. The socks, who fucking knows? They were on him backwards, like
For me, it's this one damn piece of taillight because there is a little tiny piece of taillight sitting right here in the left side of the. I'll find a better way to show that picture, but that piece of taillight just sitting on a big mound of snow was found before they had gotten to the ground level of the CERT team search, and they said that once they found that, like they basically knew that Karen did it. Well, that could just be road debris if that even was like in the road. Obviously it's not, they just put it there. But that little tiny piece of, it's not like finding like a bullet casing at the scene of a shooting. Like that's just a little tiny, that's not a.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I could walk. I'll find a piece of taillight in 20 minutes. Give me 20 minutes and I'll walk outside and I'll find a piece of taillight on the ground, you know, somewhere.
And that piece in particular, that's from when they picked up a shovel full of snow and then flipped it upside down, and then magically it was just magical.
Allegedly, except they're not at ground level yet. Like there's nowhere around there that you're down to pavement in the least.
Oh, so it's in the middle of the snow.
I guess.
How? No, stop. I can't. How?
Like, explain that, and I'll be quiet, and you guys can all go back into your little hidey holes and live happily ever after. But like, I have questions because nothing you're saying makes any sense. And I'm very offended by like people lying in general. It's just like, why lie? Just like tell the truth. Not anybody who telling the truth would I understand why like a criminal would lie. I just mean people in general. When somebody lies so egregiously that you're just like have some more respect for us. Like make up a lie that at least makes a little bit of sense. Like make up a lie that we have to like scratch our brains a little bit to be like, like maybe that could be true. Like okay, Chris Albert,
I love those people. I love those people.
Chris Albert and Colin Albert have this whole elaborate story of like Chris got home and he just like ran right upstairs and jumped into bed and he didn't shower and he didn't brush his teeth and he didn't go to the bathroom. He just got right into bed and he was fast. You guys could have just said, we both got home at 12:20 at the same time. We bumped into each other in the doorway and then nobody would have had any more questions. And instead you have to have this whole elaborate phony story where it's like, you guys like have a little more respect for us. Like,
right.
I have brain.
You're calling me stupid as you're talking,
me.
And you're not right.
Do you know how mad Chris got when we were in town doing testing for that specific story? He got so enraged that he ended up calling John Camo, threatening us, being like, well, I know you were at Matt Kelly, so why don't you come back here and we'll have a face-to-face conversation. So you were stalking us, and you were mad that we were driving around town trying to figure out how long does it take to get from 34 Fairview to Maple Street, and then how long does it take to walk from the waterfall to Maple Street. So we were figuring that all out, and we were like, yeah, this is actually physically impossible. It actually doesn't make any sense. Like you had to be home for 15 to 20 minutes before Colin got home, and he went straight from 34 Fairview in Allie's car to Maple Street. No, that doesn't make sense. He was pissed. He threatened us. So.
And at that point, it's like, just be mad at yourself.
I believe it. I've seen him threaten people on video.
Yeah.
So I believe it 100%.
Yeah.
When somebody on the CERT team can recreate this search where they find this piece of taillight in the middle of a blizzard, then I'll be quiet.
But chat, what is that piece called? Who knows it? Who knows? I scream it every single time I see this goddamn picture. Someone knows what this specific piece of taillight is called. I know someone does. Do you guys know what this piece is called?
But I want to see them. The chat's going to get it.
I'm the underachiever in the back of the class going, clear?
Clear? It's the diffuser. And Will, guess what? Guess what the diffuser does?
It diffuses.
There you go.
Ah.
Wait, and Boozy.
Dude, I'm
will
on
the
fire today.
taillight- Will the taillight show clear if there's no if the taillight is cracked? Will it show clear light instead of red light?
The light bulbs are red. The light bulbs are red.
That's right.
The only way that it showed, so when Yuri and Brennan were talking about this is when Karen was leaving John O'Keefe's at 5 a.m. when they were showing that clip over and over again. They were like, see, in the bright white light, look at the bright white light. I'm like, there's a reflector on the side. It's not a light bulb. It's a reflector. That's why it looks white. It's a reflector. So I was like playing this video. I was like, I'm gonna make this a video, and like I just kept replaying the same clip over again. I'm like, it's still a red light. Even when you smash out the entire thing, the bulbs are red.
And that's what I mean. It's like, just if you're gonna lie, like have a little bit more respect for the fact that like we know how to figure things out. So
yeah.
Like
keep that in mind, you know, that you got a bunch of people with brains, and like every single respectable lawyer who either has a YouTube channel or makes appearances on YouTube or on television, anybody respectable is like, there's something seriously wrong going on here. Even the ones that are afraid to say these cops are dirty, the Commonwealth is dirty, the McAlberts did something. Even those people are going, something's wrong here. You know, this is not how an investigation is supposed to be conducted. How this happened doesn't make any sense at all whatsoever. You know what I mean? They'll say it without saying it. So why is, I mean, everything is constantly these people trying to, I see the posts constantly from the forensic room who are just one thing or the after the other of nonsense now, except for Julie. That's hi, baby.
Oh no.
She's my girl, dude. Like, we're together and she knows it, and that's why she doesn't say mean things about me. And you know, and
did you ever hear about her story about her catastrophic fall off of a curb where she had a tremendous, incredible break of her wrist?
no,
You
I
never
didn't hear
heard
about that.
that.
What did she break her wrist on?
So she was she was defending Colin and being like, yeah, like of course you get drunk and be silly and fall. You remember how he said he slipped and he like tried to catch himself on the knuckles?
Yeah, yeah.
So she was in defense of him, and she goes, well, yeah, you can be drunk and do silly things. And this one time I had fallen off of a curb and I had my Versace sunglasses in one hand and I didn't want to break them, so I went to catch my fall off of this curb and I had a catastrophic fracture of my wrist. And so
Catastrophic.
He said
my
catastrophic.
God.
I'm not exaggerating that.
I have a similar story. You can actually I broke my wrist in a very similar way myself. I did. Okay. I was at a show. I went to see this band called The Bronx. Great band. The venue it was in Atlanta, and the venue when the floor gets wet, it gets slippery, and I slipped and went to catch myself. Yeah, I slipped and I went to catch myself and catching myself on my wrist, but like I didn't use my knuckles. I tried to, but I broke my wrist in the process. So I understand that, but to say that your knuckles it is ridiculous. It makes no sense. And don't worry, Julie, me and that curb are gonna have a talk.
Well,
okay.
no.
So in her defense of Colin, is she proving that John O'Keefe should have had broken bones when he got hit by a Lexus?
And that was my whole point of the video.
Great point. Yeah. Yeah.
Whole point. Because I was like, what has more force? Julie Carpenter's ass and gravity.
Wow.
John O'Keefe's hand and Karen Reed's vehicle going 24 miles an hour. What has more
That's an entire debatable issue that would require an entire live stream.
Sure. I'll ask you that, Will. What has more force? Your ass to the ground or Karen?
I don't spoon with Karen's Lexus, so I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
Yeah, you could blend right in with them. Well, I'm not gonna. That would be a great live stream.
Oh my God.
I don't understand why they're so angry about, like, if we disagree, okay. Like, none of us are jurors. We're not sitting in a jury room with them trying to figure out what happened and come to a consensus so that we can have, like, we're allowed to think one thing and you guys can think another thing. You don't have to be mad at all of us all the time about it. I don't understand where the anger is coming from all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any respect for them at all because they're defending what I believe to be cop killers, and just completely ignoring any logic, in the process. But I remember there was one time they were doing a live stream and then I was sniping their stream and going over it to make fun of them. And they were like, Claire, one of them was like, we don't have to be enemies and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, yes, we do. I don't like you. You're defending cop killers. I think you're defending cop killers. So no, I don't want to be on a civil, a respectable type of, there's no professionalism here. It's not like we're lawyers, fighting on different sides. There's nothing obligating me to look at you in some sort of respectable aspect, like I would what do you call it? A worthy adversary or anything like. No, you're just people who, for some reason, have injected yourselves into this thing because you hate some guy named Turtle Boy. It's insane.
And didn't they copyright strike a bunch of you guys on YouTube too?
Yeah, but they all get appealed, and the thing is like, what happens, and they do it just to be, it's a minor inconvenience. You just appeal it with YouTube, and then they go, okay, well, now, since we reviewed it, and we saw that there's not a copyright issue, we don't think there is, you guys can fight amongst yourselves in court about it if you want.
Right.
And they're not going to do that, over a live stream that they're making a couple of bucks off of, maybe, because they're barely monetized, like, they're not going to do that.
It's a little petty of them, not gonna lie.
No, absolutely.
They were probably so mad that I had never streamed. I don't talk about them. Like, I'm just like, I stay on talking about the things that I want to talk about, and you guys are not that interesting to me. So I never talked about them, and they were probably really upset when they were copyright striking everybody and realized that I hadn't played any of their content.
Well, and the main reason why I hardly ever go over it is just because they're so boring.
Yeah.
Like, I take pride in being able to make something funny, sure, but they are like,
which you're very good at.
Jesus, dude. God. Yeah, like, I find myself doing that on a live stream where I'm like rubbing my face. People suck at this, like, but
somebody should make their show, put it to like some like nap time music and make it like a sleep stream when you can't fall asleep.
Actually, you could do that with their, you could do that.
I mean, they have like, they get like 2,000 views maybe per video, and it's the same 2,000 idiots that somehow, and not even like, a lot of them are hate views. People are just like, oh, I can't stand these people, and just love to hate, but they're not convincing anyone of anything. Karen Reed was acquitted, and all it's going to take, like, the reason why people go, oh my God, I got questions, I need to look at that, should she have been acquitted? Then once they do that, they're going to go, well, yeah, because why the hell is all of this happening? Why didn't they investigate this? Why didn't they question this person? Why do they wait so long to question this other person? Blah, 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 blah. Go on, so on and so forth. More and more and more and more. It's going to pile on and pile on, just like it did to each and every one of us who went over these facts of this case. It's inevitable. So they're only going to have that little echo chamber, always going to have that little echo chamber. And it's only going to get smaller the more the more progress that takes place, the more that takes place and happens and unfolds in these civil cases.
Or just the public records request, because the shit we've found out the last like 3 months from them is fucking insane. Like, I can't believe we never saw the I never pronounced this right. I'm so sorry for the Canton friends. Pequit side farm. Someone's in chat's coming like it's spelled like this. But like we never saw that footage.
Is it Pequit side or something?
That farm that's right down the street from John's in the PD.
Yeah.
We never saw that footage, and now we know why. It's clear as day. You can see Karen's taillight on it. Like it's clear. You can see like that is a good job taillight.
Yeah, but we need a pronunciation. Pip squeak side. I like that. Just call it that.
Yeah, they're not making any difference at all. You know, like if I engage with them, it's usually just to entertain myself for a second, and then I just don't even there's no point. Like I can't be a rational person and find myself getting upset with people who are saying that Karen Read is guilty at this point. Like who cares? You lost. It's over. It's done. She's been acquitted. There's a double jeopardy thing. So, even if like, let's just say by some crazy, and of course I don't believe this would happen because of course we saw 2 trials that prove why she's innocent. But I'm saying, imagine some crazy thing where it turns out that everyone missed it, and there was a theory that the Commonwealth missed and everything. It turns out she did do it. It's not gonna matter. It's gonna be big news for that moment, and then Karen Read's going to be living her best life, and then you're going to see what the worst thing that's going to happen is TMZ is going to see Karen Read walking down the street, going shopping, and going, "Hey!" They're going, "Karen Read, who got away with murder," and then that's it. Like, what now? What do you? There's nothing you can do. You're blowing smoke all over Twitter for what? Like, you lost. It's over. I mean, and you're not going to prove in civil court. Now in civil court, you're going to do what? You're going to convince who of what? We're going to dig up all this stuff, and new stuff keeps coming out. Stuff that the Commonwealth didn't share in discovery even to this day. Imagine that. So, and that just in and of itself is going to help prove the fact that there was something nefarious going on here, which is going to help Karen Read's civil suit against the McAlberts.
And like, I was ready to move on to like focusing more on the law enforcement side of it and like the way that they dropped the ball on all of this, and then like applying that to Sandra Birchmore's case and like never talking about the like House defendants again. And then they were like, knock, knock, knock. Keep talking about us, please. We're gonna stay. We're gonna.
Right.
That's exactly what I mean. It's the Afterman effect. If you didn't want anyone talking about you, you have every right to sue and do whatever you want. You have that right. I'm not saying they do you, boo, do you, but don't expect people to not talk about it. Like you
know what they're like. Totally. I'm sorry, Boozy B.
That's okay, but they also should have not hired a very well-known attorney either. If that was the case, like a lot of it. It's very hypocritical. That's all.
Right. And it seems like their logic is, well, we'll just get a high profile lawyer too. No, like that's you're not really thinking this through.
That's why they were fundraising. That's the reason why they got one attorney, Tuxbury, who I looked into. He doesn't have the experience that's needed for these type of cases. And I remember looking into him being like, why would they hire an attorney? That's like, this doesn't make sense. Oh, now that we know, most likely he's pro bono. He's waiting until there's some kind of settlement or whatever. And then this next attorney that they hired, that's the fundraising efforts are for, because I guarantee you he's not pro bono. I guarantee you he took one look at this case and goes, no, you need to pay me. I'll absolutely work for you, but you need to pay me. I'm not working off a contingency.
But they've raised, okay, so the latest total, I just pulled it up, they've raised $220,000. That pays for this guy to come run inside to your house and use your toilet. Like, that does not get you a defense from a high profile attorney.
Well, because they're doing the same thing they did starting with Tuxbury, is that they're filing everything together so that it saves costs. but it's going to get to a point, at least in the federal case, where they're all going to have to get different attorneys. The spouses can have the same attorneys, but like Jen and Brian Albert cannot have the same attorney. They're eventually at one point going to have to split. And it's always been my guesstimate that's probably we're going to start seeing some flying things. So we'll see. Can't wait. XOXO. Can't wait. So excited.
I mean, they're just gonna, it's so wild that they would willingly subject themselves to this. And it's not, there's no way that time is going to go on and more things are going to come out that are going to make them look better. It's just not going to happen. It seems like to me, you know what they seem like their behavior is consistent with, to me, the best analogy I could think of is like, you're starting to talk to somebody that you're starting to date, you might be dating, you're considering dating or something like that, right? You're just at that phase and you're texting and then they say something awkward, right? Or maybe you've even done this. It happens. So like you say something awkward and then it's like you go, oh man, and then you try to dig your way out of that with another text and then it makes it deeper and then you go, oh no, and then you try to do that again and try to, and that's what they're doing. They remind me of a panic digging texter, like
that was like that was like trial 2, or I guess you could say trial 1, when AJ was trying to surprise Jen with the whole visit to Lank's house. And Jen just kept being like, but it was this. No, we didn't drive by. And then trial 2, she's like, well, we drove by, but very slowly.
Yeah. Oh, and then I actually just went in and used her bathroom. I had to take her down. Like, what?
Oh, yeah, and then went into Lank's. I was like, no, you stopped at 34 Fairview and you probably picked up Coco. Or because Carrie's daughter was in the vehicle still, Brian or Coco or the both drove their own vehicle to Lank's and had a little powwow as Lank's wife came out to speak to Carrie in the car. That's what I think happened, because that's what makes sense. You don't have a 45-minute conversation sitting in a vehicle. So, Carrie's a talker. Yes, you do. No, the fuck.
Okay, I got to wrap this up because I have to go do more normal mom stuff. But if I could talk about this with you two forever, I would, because you're so wonderful. And this was so much fun.
Yeah, no, I had a lot of fun. I don't think I've ever been. Have I been on your show before?
No, I was just thinking that we needed to do this more often. This was fun.
2 newbies to the LG.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me know anytime.
You guys are the best.
I'm done.
Thank you so much. Really.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for coming. I'm sorry to like cut this short, but I have a child running back and forth that is distracting me.
Emily, do you see the tracker up there? How long we've been live? That's not short.
Oh yeah, happy Mother's Day, by the way.
Thank you, and happy Mother's Day to everybody out there. And I hope it's happy for everybody.
Yeah, all the moms out there.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you guys so much. I got to jump off, and I'm obsessed with you both, and I loved every single second of this. Thank you so much for your time and for being here.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Appreciate it.
Bye.
If you need a place to breathe, some stress to just relieve, then come watch Emily see, where we keep it drama free. We want justice for John O'Keefe, Aiden and Kelsey, wave bye-bye to Morrissey. Let's clean up Norfolk County. Emily C, the one we need, reading sidebars with Corey, writing Hank diaries, giving the people what they need. It's my pleasure to entertain, keeping you laughing makes my day. Positivity all the way. What do we tell Satan? Not today. And now it's time to say goodbye. But before we say goodnight, just keep one thing in mind. Please like, comment, subscribe.